I'm I'm laid back
And
on the
we're
stream.
live. Hello and welcome to Quant Gang, episode 35, with Maddie, ALLin, and WhalesOnly 1.
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing today?
We were just having the best discussion backstage and decided we should go live to share it, even though it's kind of just freestyle right now.
Pretty much.
So, all right, we got to hit them with a lot of good information for people being on time and waiting. Hex is a waiting game for sure.
For sure.
So there's been a lot of discussion lately about emergency end staking and what's up with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I might have some ideas. And so actually, I think I know what it is. And so with that being said, cut to the intro. And we're back.
Boom.
So I heard you on, was it Late Night Hex, the late night show?
No.
Australians?
No, I wasn't on there.
Were you on Hex Asians? Were you on Wake Up Hex?
Wake Up X. That's what it was. Wake Up X. Wake Up X. I get your point.
Well, I heard somebody say this morning that we had a big T-share payout day yesterday, and we were just talking about that, and that relates to the alpha that I want to drop. So can you just recap like what we were saying? Like, so what was so special about yesterday?
Well, yesterday was historic in the sense that it's the second highest payout ever given to the staker class by the system. So, yeah.
And even though the inflation rate of Hex that's paid to the stakers, even though that has stayed relatively constant between the days this week, yesterday was a particularly high payout because
somebody emergency and staked, I don't know how many millions worth of X.
Yes.
In fiat terms, that is. Many millions worth of X in fiat terms.
Correct.
Not just Hex terms.
The two are becoming synonymous, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. It's crazy, right? I mean, people didn't think we'd get this far and still see this type of price action with all of the liquidity that's on demand. I mean, look at that sell from yesterday. That sale from yesterday, all those sales are crazy. Fat fingers nonstop, and what happens? Market gobbles it up. Doesn't even care. It seems like we're going to get to a point where doing that is going to be like a badge of honor because it's going to be an opportunity for people, right?
So there is a premium paid by those who aren't patient enough to learn how to do a limit order, right?
Correct.
And this is well known, of course, right? Like, but in Hex, with the low liquidity that, in my opinion, benefits the system by being low, whereas most coins, if they have low liquidity, that means it's a scam. That means they're waiting to rug pull you, and they don't have many resources to like set the bait, right? But in Hex, it's a completely different story where part of the reason why the coins are so scarce is they've never traded on centralized exchanges, so they haven't touched corrupt hands. And also, it's a really popular coin, and people don't want to yield farm it because yield farming pays so little compared to just holding and staking it, right?
Correct.
And
correct. So nothing compares. I mean, it's just crazy. Nothing compares, and we've been talking about it for months. I mean, it's crazy.
And now Hex is incentivizing people like so much that all the fundamentals are working. And so the price has appreciated much faster than most predicted. Although you and I are still strangely on target for the thumbnail we made for our first episode of $10.01 the end of the year.
That's so crazy, right?
And that was at 0.7 of a cent, right?
Yeah, 7 to 0.8 of a cent. Crazy.
So we knew, but you know, most people.
Yeah, you know, I guess it's hard to see the obvious sometimes. You know, it happens.
Well, you have a saying, that's math, right?
That's math, man. And it's crazy because everybody thought we were crazy.
Yeah, for sure. They're just saying that because Abit said the highest at $7, you know.
That's right. You know, it's funny. I didn't find out about Abit's $7. I don't remember if he told me during our first meeting, but I definitely didn't remember it at all. And the first time I remember hearing it was actually, I think it was at Vegas or after Vegas, man. I never really heard him mention $7 until around that time. So I thought I was the only person calling crazy dollar targets, but apparently not.
Yeah, well, it was a small group, but also I think that's what Richard's random line was showing as well. That's kind of why I picked that area.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good area. We'll take them all. That's for sure. I'm not mad at any of them.
And so for Hex, it's just to continue doing what it's done, right?
Yeah.
And part of what's incredible about what Hex has done is that it's still so cheap and it's still so early. You're in the first batch. 69,000 people who get into it. Right now we have 61,000 or something. At least based on how Staker defines their stakers. Right. Which I want to ask them more about next time we get Karim or Steph on the phone.
Yeah, I think I think they count them on their app, but I'm not sure. I remember them talking about it one time, but I don't remember.
I want to say it's like if somebody has 5 stakes or if there's a certain number of stakes in a single account, but then
address maybe address account, same thing.
Yeah, no matter what the method they use, whatever the method, then it's gonna tell us a lot more if we know what the methodology is.
100%.
100%. It'll tell us what we're dealing with, but still, I mean, you know, whether you look at all, and so one of the points of the show tonight, I think that can be helpful is to just like, you know, to keep repeating the history of Hex, because the history of Hex can help us understand, I think, part of the future of Hex as well, and certainly what's happening now.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna make a special chart that we're not gonna finish streaming until I'm done with it, because it's going to be what everybody's wanted to see this whole time, actually. Awesome. And I just figured out how to make it. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, it is going to be pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, because it's going to be very straightforward. So let me just wrap up all these other charts, and then I'll do that one last. And yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to talk about this one.
One bit of history that I think has been overlooked is a certain game that was built on top of Hex. And I know people were getting together at the Discord Syndicate, the effing Hangout on Friday. And I was like, you know, I was in the comments because I was doing stuff, but I really wanted to hear everybody's ideas and everything. And, you know, somebody came on who obviously had been doing their homework, you know, really investigating different wallets on the blockchain, which is really cool to see. Right. And, they had come up with a theory that I think we've all thought about before, when we saw people emergency end staking such large amounts. And the usual assumptions, I think, are somebody got hacked or they didn't understand what they were doing.
Right.
And then there's this special kind of hacked where it's like a revenge thing, right? That doesn't happen too often, but
I mean, I wish it did happen more.
Good drama. You know,
yeah, I mean, hey, if you want to revenge early end stake, fuck, go right ahead. Yeah. Please. Every day. Don't stop.
Well, depends who you ask. But yeah. So so there are all these possibilities, right? And then the community like evolved to the thinking, oh, maybe there are whales, you know, or even the OA entity, or, you know, there are large players who might be trying to ratchet the price of a T-share higher by ending big stakes here and there, right?
Right.
And so some of that seemed to like make sense at the time or whatever, but it's only through Hex history that I'm pretty sure I know exactly what's going on. And
Interesting.
That's the Hourglass game that was built on Hex in the early days, apparently has between 3 different contracts about 600 million Hex. Now, I will explain why this should not scare us too much, and it actually helps explain the behavior of some of these big wallets that people are concerned about. Let's say, yeah, like, you know, and that's part of the speculative stickiness of Hex, and part of its design is to make people want to follow the different wallets and to unravel the mysteries of, you know, what the whales are trying to, what games they're trying to play, or, you know, maybe make the world a better place. You know, there might be some Easter eggs hidden here and there that we've seen in Hex.
I don't mind the Easter eggs, that's for sure.
Yes. And so in order to put that into context, I really don't know how the Hourglass games worked. And I know that it's generally like a good policy to not name the scams, especially if they're still going on, because then people go research it, and then a certain percentage of those people like fall for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of annoying to me that I have people reach out to me and talk to me about scam coins. It's like, what's wrong with you guys? I don't get it. I don't even address the shit. You know, it's like,
sure.
Yeah, because you know, it's like, well, you know that's not a sandbox to play in, because you already see all the hacks that happen. What more do you want? Like, I don't understand. So it's kind of funky to me that people still look that way. You know, it's like they'll learn the hard way.
I think what's been happening is that the Hourglass games that were built on top of Hex, that they actually have special rules that allow people to get paid through early end staking, things that have reached maybe a certain maturity, maybe reached halfway or something like that.
Yes, look, by the time we get to, what is it, year 2027, it's going to be a crazy year. And 2025, it's going to be a crazy year. Halfway to 10-year mark and halfway to 15-year mark.
Well, and that's where the average started out. So there's going to be big changes that happen slowly.
That's it. Yeah. And I'm going to be sitting back and enjoying the show. That's all I know. That is all I know. I got hands of whatever.
So apparently people clicked back enough during the effing hangout and discovered that it was one of these contracts that they were speculating about. Was a whale that was acting weird, and so that settled it, I think, in that case. But when we think about it in general, now we can use this as one of our tools to understand on-chain behavior, is that particular contract. And I also said that I would you know, kind of decrease the FUD around it. And decreasing the FUD is that basically it's a contract where you don't get paid as much if you don't wait longer in the pool. And so I think probably how they have all the stakes stacked, the timing of all of them based on when people got in, it probably like protects itself from going to zero. So we're not going to get paid out way more than we should. But whenever somebody wants to cash out of that game, then they would be they'd be emergency end staking and paying us, people who stake Hex. So in the end, it's kind of a steady stream that, you know, you might be more likely to get because it's based basically on the order of where people are in a line of people trying to play an hourglass game. So.
Right. Like the comment from Hex Monkey, he says every year crazy from now on. He's kind of right. He's kind of right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of right, bro. Because people are gonna be rich as F every year, and every year we're gonna see crazy emergency and stakes. So perhaps. I mean, it's interesting just to see how everything, just is developing over time, right? And everything is evolving over time in ways that most people just didn't anticipate. Because that's what's most interesting about it, is just the fact that nobody really anticipated it. Because who would have foresaw what we saw yesterday, right? Like just randomly. Because what happens is that accelerates the value building in the system. It doesn't slow it down. That builds it up. So we're gonna get a pump with respect to that spike eventually. It's just what's gonna happen.
Because the people who are generating the extra interest because they're emergency end staking, they're paying that to stakers who in the future will decide if they want to sell or not.
Correct.
But they're actually taking away these people who are wanting to sell because they're getting out of an hourglass game or because of some other reason, right? Some people, it's just the price is too good and they have so many different stakes that we are going to see probably more and more people emergency end staking just because they don't care about how much money they're losing, because really the time value of money becomes so pressing for them,
right?
Because
now
of an imbalance between like their future wealth and their current wealth, right?
Yeah, it's just a form of liquidity preference, really. It's just now versus later.
Yeah, like that's called a lot of different things in a lot of different science and economics.
Yeah,
classrooms, depending on who you're talking to, but it's it's called delayed discounting in psychology.
Okay.
The marshmallow experiment, which was with cookies and was a little bit different than described. But the point of that, too, interestingly enough, was not to type people, what type of person are you, a delaying gratification person or an impulsive person, but it was to show that people could change over time.
Right. And that's kind of what you want to see, right? Improvement, because that's the only way you get better is by noticing errors and readjusting.
So that's what we see in Hex is people, getting left behind if they aren't rebuying their T-shirts.
Yep. And that's just a function again of readjusting your behavior, because if you don't want to get those T-shares, then you're just gonna get left behind, man. It's just how it's gonna go. And
that gives the opportunity to somebody else.
Yeah, somebody else is gonna take. I mean, look what happens every time somebody sells millions of Hex. They disappear in minutes. I mean, you almost have no time to buy the dip. You have to be ready to buy the dip. How crazy is that?
Correct.
Hold on, Manny. Did you see today's breaking news about institutional investor adding Hex to his portfolio?
Which one?
Whoa. Hold on. Let me find you the tweet, Saya. Let me find you the tweet, because Richard tweeted it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's a good one. It's a popular one, Van Eck, but they offer it overseas. I don't think they offer it here.
That's the proof that you get a trade it like not a trading desk, but an ETF approved for Bitcoin, the Van Eck.
Wait, what'd you say?
Isn't the Van Eck the people who are trying to
yes. Yep.
Approval for Bitcoin ETF for so long?
Yes, they are.
Oh, I did see this. Okay. I
okay.
didn't see that this was from Van Eck.
Yeah. You gotta go to the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Always read the fine line. The fine print.
I was getting ready for the show.
But yeah, this is pretty major.
Wow. It's exciting.
This is just one of their products.
That's just what they're tracking though, the data, right? Or is that what they're investing in?
So if you read the bottom, the dark gray part, you'll see that the MVIS indices are protected through various IP rights and unfair competition and misappropriation laws. In particular, VanEck has registered the MVIS trademark, aka this is my shit. Get off my. So yeah.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's way down there in the fine print.
Yeah, I literally mean the fine. This is how I roll, bro. And you literally must read the fine print in order to know what's going on. That's it happening in real time right there. So now you have institutional investors looking at what? Hex. Why? Because they be stupid not to. Just like you've been told for months. So what's going to happen now is every 1st and the 15th, or whenever an allocation is made to this fund, whatever the rotation is, they're going to be buying Hex. And they're going to be staking or whatever strategy they're going to be staking it in. So it's going to get funky out there because they're not the only ones that are going to be looking for this now that one of them knows. So tighten up that belt. Tighten up that belt. About to get serious real fast, guys. So good times ahead, man. Good times ahead. The slow pokes are catching up. Question is, what are you gonna do? That's the question.
I don't think institutions can stake yet.
Oh no.
I don't think
I wouldn't count them out. That's all I'm saying.
Or maybe it's just some partnerships choose not to. That would make more sense.
I don't know, because I mean, if they have a liquidity lock, then it does. They can do whatever they want. I don't see why they wouldn't stake.
Well, Overwatch says that he's not allowed to stake, I think, and
yeah, well, he saying that means nothing.
True.
Yeah, literally means nothing.
Could be misdirection.
Means nothing. Yeah. There's no legal ramification to staking a coin. So no.
It's time locking it. I mean,
yeah, okay. If there's a liquidity lock for 1 to 3 years or whatever, or if there is none and you have to provide liquidity on a rolling 30-day basis, then that's different. Right? If there's time constraints to the money, then of course you can't time lock it for long periods of time. Of course not. But that depends on what the time lock is on the funds. Like if it's a PE fund, 5 years is minimum. You ain't seeing that money for 5 years. End of discussion. If not, you're not investing in that fund, period. You understand?
There was an article that came out that said there was like a ticker symbol for Overwatch's Hex and Pulse.
So if he's just running some type of mutual fund, then, or some kind of fund of some sort where there's open or closed end, then that's why.
Yeah, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Has to keep the bag liquid. That's why.
Okay.
Assuming he's running the fund that way. I don't know what the prospectus says. So this is just an assumption on my part. Yet still. But that's how that works.
Interesting.
Yeah. Has to be legally mandated that he cannot, right? Like he just cannot do it. So. But yeah, man.
Now the other thing that I wanted to like get into the psychology of is Pulse a game? Question mark. Very ambiguous title for the episode, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it occurred to me when I was re-watching some of Richard's old streams that Richard used to say something a lot, and I haven't heard him say it in a while, but he used to say that if people are going to get scammed out of their money, you have to use the same tactics as the scammers to do good, right?
Yep.
it's not through law enforcement that you prevent scams, because people have to break the law for that to be enforced. So that adds up. And, he described different stuff, but I'm really curious, now he's made that statement in the past, and never changed, never updated his worldview on that, and kind of stopped talking about it. And then he also has been mentioning lately that he would be willing to buy Hex, that, he likes it that much. And that's not a promise. And certainly we don't need Richard to buy Hex, but it just makes you wonder how rare Hex really is. People don't know until they have it, right? Because like all these Van Eck people and people at home, there's people we've told in our personal lives, like, hey, check out Hex, get some. And they're like, no, right?
No, we're saying, eventually.
It doesn't make any sense. And so there are lots of people who, imagine that they could get Hex, but that's, the reality is that it's probably very scarce. And, there could be, but, people can pull liquidity off of a decentralized free market anytime they want, right?
Yeah, they can.
I mean, we don't know whose liquidity that is.
No, we don't.
And so
could easily be the OA just replacing it all the time, for all we know.
And that'd be interesting, because that would mean that the OA is technically like selling through impermanent loss. I don't know if that would be technically selling, but it would be like creating a market.
Yeah, just make it a market, right? Because what he's doing is he's swapping one coin for another. And in this case, he's holding the inventory of Hex. So he'd be swapping Hex for something else, right? So the impermanent loss would come in him taking another coin, which is therefore permanent. So it's not impermanent, right? Because he's literally letting it go. Yeah. So it would suck for the OA, but it would be good for us, or whoever the entity is acquiring the Hex.
Unless the OA is buying the dips.
Well, right. It's hard to say. He might be doing both, right? For all we know. Right? He could easily be flushing other crap coins with buys of Hex.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked to see what happened to that $1 billion of USDC. But presumably that's going to be used for something, and we're not expecting work from others, but we are really curious what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, I even forgot about that, man, because I really don't expect anything to happen. It's hard to say. I think they're just going to use that for a PulseChain, maybe LP, something. I don't know. Hard to say, man. Maybe he'll pump the bag. Maybe he won't. Hard to say, man, because anything is possible, and that's the whole thing, right? And the entities, whoever control the sacrifice address, they have the power to do whatever they want, right? Because they have the access to that capital, and that's all that matters. So if you're trying to get Hex cheap, you might want to act now.
Exactly. I am almost wondering, so like, here's my wildest theory, right? Well, I won't say wildest because I have lots of wild theories, but here's the one we're talking about now, is having to do with this liquidity situation. Seems like there are lots of Easter eggs inside of the kind of understanding that Richard has of liquidity markets that is kind of like leaked here and there, or kind of alluded to, but I don't think we've seen the power of his understanding on that yet. And anyway, so like, maybe you can tell me, is it possible, if you have so much USDC, let's say $1 billion worth of USDC, and liquidity keeps drying up more and more, to the point where you could basically buy the whole order book, then, like pushing the price against yourself to some unreasonably high level, let's say like $100 per Hex. And then and then you add, so it doesn't cost you the whole billion, or you're even like trading kind of with yourself. And so
I got you. Actually making a market, but to
so
the
you
point
leave
where
the
you're
market up there to the point
right.
where Hex is so scarce, it can't come back down because people literally can't cash out enough. So you basically get all of the OGs and everybody else to sell $100 Hex for only $1 billion.
Right.
And then it becomes really scarce.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, right?
But I mean, like, I think that's how liquidity works when you're using it in really weird ways, right? Maybe. I mean, like,
yeah, you could definitely pump the price, right?
And then leave it there because you add liquidity on both sides. So it can't come back down. People can't sell it down.
That's what we've
if
been
they don't
seeing
have
this whole
enough.
time, though.
So you're literally paying people out some outrageous amount of money, but at the same time, they don't realize how valuable the thing is that they're selling.
Correct.
Because everybody else is selling too.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've been seeing. As price continues to climb higher, what we end up seeing is good old locking of price structure at higher lows, right? And that's a function of just that, just liquidity readjusting itself with respect to the value being created in the system. And it's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful thing, Saya. Because that's what it's about, right? It's about the market moving up and never moving down. And everything else just, good luck to it. Because it's tough out there for those bootleg markets.
Yeah. And it is hard to bootstrap, a new world reserve currency or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Although it seems like people do it about every 100 years. So.
You would think, right? I mean, it's actually less than that. I mean, the longest period has been what do you call it? The dollar, because it's been 50 years. So most currencies have lasted 40 years. They typically don't last this long.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, they go through like
40-year cycles
too, because like a dollar used to be metal.
Correct. Exactly. And then now this is the
kept
latest
the name.
iteration. Yeah, they just kept the name. They kept the name and changed the structure. So you think it's different, but you think it's the same, but it's not. It's different.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on there. But yeah, man, it's pretty cool.
We have 300 people here who like Hex and who are hitting the like button on the stream.
Nice.
And who are excited just about our random conversation about things we find interesting in Hex, things that we're thinking, trying to explain it to people and understand the advanced game mechanics, because at the end of the day, that's what Hex is. It's built with game theory.
That's it. Not much else, man. I mean, this is how you find something that is going to generate value for you in the sense that you didn't even understand before. Because the thing about something like Hex is that you have something with logic built in that's going to just provide you value, right?
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because the logic coincides with the math, and that's very important. Very, very important, because what you end up doing is you end up just buying something that makes sense, right? You don't have to buy into something that you think is going to do something. It's just two different things, so it just changes the dynamic entirely of what it is you're trying to do when you're buying and when you're making an investment.
Yeah. People should buy Hex because you get more Hex the more patient you are.
Correct. And that's easy, right?
It's easy.
That's really easy, honestly. That's not hard at all. So go ahead.
There's a really good question here that kind of sums up what we were just talking about. So somebody's asking, what am I missing?
Mhm.
Can we sell our hex if the liquidity dries up? Or are they saying the price will just be very high because the next person who wants to purchase hex? What we're actually saying is the opposite of a rug pull is a magic carpet ride. And what that looks like is you can sell hex at whatever price you want, and your imagination is the limit. And then the price goes higher than that
Pretty
after
much.
you sold, because you selling increases the price. Because there's two ways you can create fiat value with hex. Well, maybe three. To buy it, right? Or
Yep.
you could hold it. You could time lock it. That's really holding. Or you could sell it. Now you're out. Now you can't hurt the price anymore, right? So that's going to make the price go up.
Yeah. I mean, it's a win-win, really. Right? You can't lose. So.
Well, and it's a different way of thinking about markets, because when has there ever been a market that said, "Oh, I'll just park $1 billion here and let people decide whatever they want the price to be."
yeah, right.
You know,
Never.
because they've already seen like how much hex is really there, and it's not that much.
Right. It's really not.
If people come, and that's what I'm predicting, is that people will rush to sell a really high price. Maybe it's not $100. Maybe it's a $5 price that gets a bunch of people to just start emergency on staking, taking their principal back and dumping it. You know, we could see some really cool stuff happen, because you're not going to pull out. Well, currently you're not going to pull out more than $40 million, right? You're not going to pull out much more than 20, because you would start pushing the price against yourself in the order book.
I mean, you can't technically, right?
But imagine the reverse of that, right? That it doesn't matter what price you sell for. It's just, you know, like.
You mean, yeah.
Because there's $1 billion there, and there's like $500 million worth of hex.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's like, what does the price do? It has to follow, like.
It has to go up. Yeah.
Yeah.
No choice. No choice at all. And that's the whole beauty, right? That's the beauty behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would call kind of like a surprise, you know, like rarity event. Like,
right.
Surprise, you just sold all your hex for $5 and now it's worth 150. And then people buy back in, and then they push the price even higher. So it's like when Richard talks about systems being reflexive, right? It seems like he would use that at some point. Whether it's to balance out the price of Ethereum and Bitcoin lower, or balance out the price of hex higher. I don't know. This is not a guarantee of what's going to happen. It's just exploring the possibilities, because most of crypto is promise coins, where this would be an idiotic conversation to be having.
Right.
Because we wouldn't have the fact of like, oh, a bunch of people just sacrificed $1 billion of coins.
Yeah, the consistency aspect would not exist.
And those coins got converted into USDC, and now it's just sitting there as far as we know.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. It's like you can kind of guesstimate that people are always going to be buying hex, right?
Well, I mean, it's hard to imagine people all stopping at once.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, what excuse is there?
You can't even get people to stop coughing on each other all at once.
There you go.
Let alone like lose interest in a financial product that revolutionizes the world.
Correct. I mean, this thing is so hard to beat, right? Because it does everything that you want it to do and more, right? Because it doesn't just go up. It goes up a lot.
Goes up hard.
Yeah, it goes up a lot. So it's not something to balk at, really.
Yeah.
And I think that's like importante. So
good job, Hextech 16 got one last guy onboarded, and showing him a Quattro Cinco stake for 1,800. You got half a t-shirt. Nice. And thank you for the super chat of $55.55.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite super chat to dole out. Right. But yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff.
As you are getting those charts ready, and we've got all these awesome people watching who are hitting the like button or getting out.
As always.
I'll give people an update on the fundraising tickets to go to the Vegas conference. We have had an awesome job of people in the community signing up to give talks, and people can go to hexserver.com to sign up to give a presentation to find out. We want to make sure it fits into one of the categories, of which there are many Hex related topics that will be covered, different workshops, panels, talks, keynotes, so on and so forth. It looks like we have one ticket left in this week's batch, and then week 9 is starting now, so there will be more tickets released for this week, and we'll see how it goes. But so far, so good.
Boom. That's what's up, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Vegas. It's going to be really, really good. If it's even half as good as last year, it's going to be great. So
it's going to be like 10x.
Yeah. It's
5 to 10x.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, man. I honestly cannot wait. It's going to be that good. Because there's going to be more people. There's just more of everything, you know. And more is always better, as we've learned at being involved with Hex. You know, abundance really is the winning ticket. So it's going to be a good time, man.
Yes.
It's going to be a real good time. So if you're thinking about it, don't think too hard. I did, and I regret it. So just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah. I'll drop the link is pinned on YouTube, but I'll drop it for people who are in
hextickets.com.
Hex ticket.
Hex ticket. Damn it. I was getting confused. Hexticket.com.
Most of my domains I've like kept singular, so
gotcha.
It would be tshares.app, but it's just tshare.app.
Gotcha.
It would be tickets, but it's just ticket. Yep.
Gotcha. Well, make sure you get yours and don't wait, because you're going to want to be there. That's for sure.
Yes. Well, and especially with all the Hex performers and musicians signing on, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
DJ Cryptomatic is going to be spinning, and Freddie Quotes is going to do a live performance.
Damn, it's going to be jam packed, man.
And I think he's talked to all the other rappers in Hex as well.
Oh, that would be cool.
Hex Hound, $25 super chat. What's the best way for no coiners to put in amounts of $10,000 or more with the deposit limits on Coinbase, etc. we'll place on them? So Gemini, I guess, is a platform that people use to get USDC. And if you, I think, wire the money, you'll have to check. You'll have to do your own research anyway, because I'm just trying to remember what I did helping somebody, and I don't recall exactly, but there's something, I think, like if you do a certain type of wire or a certain type of transfer, then they'll make it available right away. The reason that these places say that they don't make it available right away is that they don't want people sending money to scammers, basically. And so whether that's true or not, it's very convenient for them to be able to keep the, a lot of people give up if they can't buy crypto. If their bank rejects it on the first try, then they just give up.
Yeah, so it's very true.
Kind of convenient, but yeah. So that's some people get verified on Gemini right away. Others, it takes a while, probably because they look at like how advanced the person is with their different like financial instruments that they've played with officially. And that's how they decide like whether to start you off with higher limits or not.
Right.
That's my guess. Here's somebody with a $55.55 New Zealand super chat. Oh, snap. Can I get on with you guys to teach us newbies? Shit, I'm a cloud chaser, but I want to help people where I can. I've watched so many videos, but want to talk to the experts. Been a Hexakin for nearly a year now, but only just finding out all of this. Whales, are we having guests on tonight, or are we going to leave that for next time?
We can if you want. Up to you. I'm indifferent. Depends. Right. It depends. If they dare, they can come on.
Okay. I like that. So go ahead and message me on Telegram.
Yeah, why not? Just buying some more Hex right here, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. Can't play around with that fiat. I hate you. Gotta get rid of that thing.
That's right.
Gotta get rid of that fiat, man. ASAP. So, yeah. All right, let me finish up these charts, man. But yeah, so the more hacks, they're still going on, by the way. Yeah, those are still going on. Let's see, what else happened today that was pretty interesting. I think we had a 20 million hex stake end, and I'm trying to remember how much it made an interest. It must have been 6 figures in like 45 days. Let me see. It was right before, yep. $127,000 in 45 days.
Yeah.
And that's a nice 300,000 hex payout, basically. So, damn. Wish I had 20 million hex. Whoa.
That hourglass game.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It's really paying out.
Yeah. I mean, now the T-share rate is at 18,700 hex per T-share. So everything just keeps doing what it's supposed to do. I mean, let's see if we've had any. No, that's pretty much it. 18,700 hex per T-share. I mean, we're what, 3% away from, about 3% away from 1900? 19,000, I mean, sorry. It's crazy, man.
Say what?
So we're about 3% away from 19,000.
19,000 hex per T-shirt.
Yeah. Or 13%, sorry. Is that right? Am I thinking correctly? Yeah. 13%. So, getting closer by the day, man. And it's only a matter of time before this thing jumps to 100,000 per T-share. I mean, it's going to be crazy.
$100,000?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect 10,000 to get here so fast, and it's already here. So 10,000 will definitely be here in no time. I didn't think it would be this soon. So, yeah. This thing is moving way faster than anybody expects.
Yeah.
And it took everybody, well, at least it took me kind of a while to understand what this does. I fully understand what it does now. It's hard for people to explain to people, but this just goes up, up, up a lot. So the fractals that we're gonna see play out are gonna be repetitive, and they're gonna be orders of magnitude bigger each time. And I think that that's what we're starting to see right now is just the beginning of the fractal play out, and we're just not going to understand what's about to happen. So it's going to be fun to watch. It really is.
We've got somebody joining us here. Hex Dragon Quattro Cinco, how's it going?
So good. So good. Dreams come true. About 5 minutes ago, I messaged you, Maddie, saying I would love to do a stream with you in Wales. And wow, here I am.
Cool. Welcome.
Yeah,
welcome. And I've seen some of your streams there. You're off to a good start.
Oh, really? Cool. Yeah. We got Hex Foodies, and I'm doing some onboarding for some regenerative minded people. And I don't know if y'all saw my most recent one, but we had some really cool correlations that we're discussing between old paradigm, new paradigm, Bitcoin and Hex, and like conventional agriculture and regenerative agriculture. So it was really fun to make those parallels.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, the ability for a person to sustain themselves, right, with one investment is kind of unheard of. So the parallels between self-sustainment and more facets than just a financial one makes more sense than most people would think. But that's what it should lead to, right? Because what you're doing is you're just removing middlemen and more facets of your life, with which, if it works in one sense, then it should work in another. So it makes complete sense to me that that's happening.
Totally.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
I'd love to build on that with you because I really enjoy all the content you're putting out. And one of the things I've noticed a lot is we see like this Lambo thing happening where people are buying Lambos. Mm-hmm. And I put the question out there. I'm like, why would you sell the fastest appreciating asset in history for one of the fastest depreciating assets in history?
Well, I mean, it depends on Lambo. All Lambos don't depreciate, but it's definitely not a smart move, right? Because now you're just stuck with this Lambo.
Right.
And then what if somebody doesn't want to buy it? Or what if you crash it? Or what if something else happens, right? So,
yeah.
It's clearly not the best move.
Right. Well, that's what I hope to bring to this conversation is what are some other really good things to invest in? Because obviously diversifying is really important. And my perspective is land regeneration. Get cheap land, start regenerating it, and
let me help you out. It depends. It's about utility because there's no better asset than Hex. So it's not about investing per se or diversifying your investments. It's about making up that fiat shortfall that you don't want to sell Hex for. That's what the question really is how can you generate fiat with some Hex gains so you don't actually have to ever sell your fiat or your Hex, and that you can continue to accumulate more Hex. That's what people should be thinking of doing.
So what suggestions do you have for that? Because that is brilliant if there's good ways to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a million ways to do that, right? I mean, you just got to find good investment opportunities, and it's just about compounding fiat at that point. And it's hard to do, right? Because that's why we love Hex. So that's why you have to be diligent and find ways to always be making money, because it's easy to make it in Hex, but it's not easy to make it in fiat terms. So that's why you have to take money from Hex and find ways to make fiat grow, so you don't take all of your Hex to actually sell it for fiat, because that kind of defeats the purpose, right? Like rich people don't actually ever sell their assets. They actually find ways to generate income, and that's the way it rolls. So if anybody's doing anything with the Hex, it should be that, trying to find ways to if they're gonna sell some, generate further fiat income so that they're not just selling more Hex but actually buying more Hex. So that's the way I view it. I'm trying to work on something like that for the community with some other community members, and we hope to have something soon. But you got to have money in order to do that. You can't pretend to do that with like a few $100. You know what I'm saying? So it's about taking the time, putting in the effort to understand what the system does, so you can actually think about what it is you want to accomplish, right? Because if you don't understand the system, you can't make the proper decisions that you need to make. And that's pretty much the whole thing that I try to push out there, because this thing just prints money, and if you're not understanding that, you're just gonna make a mistake, and you're just not gonna make the right decision, right? And everybody wants to do what they want to do, so they got to understand what it takes to get to that point in time, because Hex isn't like anything else. We know the price is gonna go up. The question is how fast. That's the only question. So that's all. My bad.
WhalesOnly one, always on his A game. Great info. $100 super chat from Cash Plus. Thank you.
That is worth $100. I think I just made that with the Hex I bought. Hold on, let me check. Right? Because it just works like that, man. It's crazy. Because it's true.
Well, one thing for Maddie, well, actually it's for both of you, but one of the ways that I've been kind of accumulating more Hex is helping people get into Hex and doing coaching with them, life coaching. So I had a friend call me up today. I got him in at the same time. By the way, Whales, I got in about the same day you did.
Wow. How about that?
And I got him in shortly after, and he did like 20 grand. Anyway, he called me. He's like freaking out. He's like, I have more money I know what to do with right now. I'm like, I want to unstake and save this. And I'm like, dude, like, congratulations firstly on being successful in Hex. Secondly, like, let's come back to your vision. Like, why were we wanting to generate this wealth in the first place? What was it what were your goals? What did you want to do? And how much money did you need to achieve those goals? And how much more money will you need moving forward to be able to keep living your dream? And that grounded him really quickly. And he wants to do some big stuff also. I mean, him and I want to build communities all over the world and regenerate land and make space for us. And like, I want to share more of this with the Hexagon community, because there's so many excellent people who are here. Some of my friends also, but that's what I want to share specifically to all of the Hexagons is think about, what are your life goals? How much money do you need to achieve those? And then, like your staking ladder, start figuring out what those price points are, so you know when you want to pull out money. Because when you can panic, you're like, shit, I got like $20 million in my wallet right now. Like, I don't know what to do. And you can get paralysis, or you can freak out. And so if we can be intentional, we won't become stupid consumers and maybe FUD out too early. So yeah, that's my share for all your viewers. And I'd love to see you. I think that's something that Maddie, you talked about a little bit on your mental health stream is having that clear vision. What are you doing for? And that if you have that clear purpose, you feel like, yes, I do deserve this. I'm going to do a lot of good stuff with it. So I think that helps a lot too. At least that's been helping a lot of my clients.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. People having purpose and having hope. And because that's one thing, I guess, that people are, pretty much reporting, however they get suddenly wealthy, they're experiencing, right, that it's still about finding your identity at the end of the day. It's still about finding what your values are and trying to line that up with your actions. And so for a lot of people, they are wanting to help others. They are wanting to do charitable causes. They are wanting to start businesses. And the starting businesses part is tricky, right? Because people need things to do with their time. They need to help others, right, by creating opportunities and producing goods and services, right, by protecting land, regenerating land. I mean, that's really important work. And so the question comes down to timing, I think, for a lot of people when it comes to this idea of like, well, what am I trading? Like, am I trading 1 acre today for 20 acres at the end of the year? I mean, or is it something way different? Is it 2 acres at the end of the year, right? And so so those are going to be extremely interesting questions that we can't predict, and they'll just happen, right? Where value, like we're in price discovery. And so part of price discovery is people selling and trying to start businesses, and those businesses failing, and then them not being able to ever buy back what they had. Other people being patient and waiting to deploy capital in ways that is regenerative, financially. But we're, I'm going to go on record as like somewhat skeptical about this whole real estate, thing, but I'm going to learn more from the Hexicans who are specializing in that. So I'll be very open and transparent to let people know, if this is right, like if that is the loophole that people are wanting to use, because apparently you could just get property and then take the money right back out if you're friends with the bankers.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then you can put it right back into Hex.
It just depends. Yeah,
that's like the strategy. Like people are talking about having property.
I mean, it won't be that cut and dry.
It generates.
It's not going to be that cut and dry.
I mean, we'll see.
Look, it's a process, Maddie. Right? It's a documentation process. It's not, I got an asset and that's it. It has to actually be worth something first and foremost. It has to be valuable relative to the purchase price, so that there is something to actually pull out. So there has to be an equity differential there. If not, there's no capital for the person to pull out because they just only have what they paid for it, right? So there's no actual gain to extract value from. So it has to be something tangible there. There actually has to be something tangible there.
Money printing. That's
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
we have another Hexican joining us here.
What's going on, brother?
Hey.
How's it going?
Hey, my sound's all messed up, so I've got to try and close things down. But thanks, guys, man.
Yeah, welcome.
Bloody nervous.
Nah, don't be, man. Just talk. No worries. We're all human here.
Just having a little trouble hearing you guys. So
it takes a little getting used to, but you're doing great so far.
Yeah, it's not like there's hundreds of people watching you. Hear this out for the first time. Well, if there's any of those bankers out there, I'd love to connect with them because I'm looking. I'm going to Costa Rica in November to check out land there, and looking at some other great zones. And I know you. I think it was Maddie. You were in a wonderful talk about. I think the guy was talking about Dubai. Was that right? As a good place for people with crypto.
Oh yeah, Dan was speaking on Quant Gang like a month ago or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places you can go. Just depends.
Yeah. Well, personally, I'm looking at tropical land regeneration available. I can't own land in Dubai, so that's not going to really work out. But it would be a great place to go to visit for fun. A lot of excellent entrepreneurs there, so good times to be had.
Now, how many people are you mentoring in Hex?
Almost 24 now.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, and I've onboarded quite a few more, but I found that people who don't have a mentor yet, they kind of just like, I walk through the process, they buy it, and they kind of just like set aside and forget about it, which is great for staking. But those that I mentor are becoming much more active and really getting a lot more out of it. So it's worth my time. It's definitely worth their investment. And it's so fun. It's so fun. The gratitude that you receive for helping others get into Hex and become financially free, where they can really start living their purpose, is so good.
Yeah, it's an easy game to play, right? When all you're doing is helping people win. So hard to not like it, honestly. So it's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing.
So I have a quant game question for y'all, and this is what I mentioned in the previous stream. I was doing some math, and I for T-shares, and I did an unstake, and it was a 30-day unstake, and the price for T-shares, even though it only has gone up like in Hex terms, not that much, it seems significant because it had gone up 20% in 1 month. So that's more than what I was seeing on Staker app. So that actually wasn't just what my question was. I actually wanted to talk about p-hex, but it's related. So with p-hex, a lot of people, I think, are, and maybe you've covered this one. I've missed a couple of your later streams, but
no worries, man. Go ahead and ask. Don't worry about it.
The question is I believe that p-hex is going to be worth a lot more out of the gate than regular hex or e-hex, because all the stakes that are burning right now on e-hex, this is confusing, will be unstaked on Pulse, which means we're going to ratchet the T-share price up immediately.
They won't be up. They won't be unstaked.
Why?
If you have a stake on Hex now, it'll still be staked for the same duration.
No, I think he means the stakes that are just sitting there waiting to get unstake because when fees were expensive.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. It's just,
Do we know how much that is?
I don't know. I've never bothered to look.
Be kind of hard to calculate.
Richard calculated it once, and it was actually quite significant. I don't remember the percentage right now, so I'm not going to make up.
That's a really good question, though, to be thinking about that.
And even if it's only like 20%, I think that would push the PX price up more than 20%. But I think it's going to be more than that. So I was curious what both of y'all's opinions are on the future of Hex or Hex and eHex, because I see actually that the buying opportunity right now is eHex. And because p-hex will be more valuable, it's going to actually encourage people to buy more e-hex, and then they'll start competing like this. E-hex is definitely be better for larger stakes. I think p-hex is going to be better for new people. But aside from that, I think that the p-hex price is going to be higher, at least in the beginning. So yeah, please, each of you, let me know what you think.
Want to go first, Maddie? Or you want me to go first?
Sure. Yeah, so we heard Richard say recently that it looks like there might be a whale. I think it was Richard that said that there might be a whale who's betting on eHex, because that's kind of what we're seeing them position themselves for. I can't remember what he was looking at, the on-chain behavior. So maybe it was because it was a short-term stake they kept rolling over that Richard had identified as that or something, as a whale. But I think these are advanced topics. This is exactly what we should be covering on Quant Gang. I think Patrick and Abit had a really good argument for why we probably won't see T-share acceleration, like the cost of a T-share in Hex terms. We won't see that go nuts on one chain over another, because there are already people from the beginning who are moving the price much more just by having stakes ending every day. So that's ratcheting us up in a more normal fashion. But I do think that the lower fees will have a big effect on adoption, because people will adopt p-hex over eHex after the fork. And that's actually why. So the reason I named the stream Is Pulse a Game is because I think that there will be many games where people can gamble away the most valuable asset, which we won't know because we're not whales. So we don't know what the master plan is, but my plan is to not gamble and to not lose my money into scams, just like Richard has always talked about, right? So I'm not going to go into any traps, I hope. And we have Karim here.
What up? Holy shit. Maddie, I made it. What's up, everybody? I am so sorry. I love you guys so much. I had to be here. It is 4+ a.m. in the morning. It's crazy. But I got to be on Quant Gang. I had to. Maddie, I'm so sorry. Guys, I tried earlier. It's just the internet wasn't so good. I just got back to the hotel.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you made it.
Can somebody please give me a quick review of what I missed in 2 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever it might be. I don't want to disturb the show, but yeah, Hex Dragon and Moari, welcome. Nice to meet you guys. First time meeting you, I think.
Yeah, we have audience members joining us, asking questions. We just got a question from Hex Dragon 5555 asking about, do you want to restate your question before Whales gets into it?
Sure. So my question was, with the release of Pulse, specifically, we're going to have eHex and Hex. So I am of the opinion that when pHex comes out, it's going to ratchet up because of all the stakes that are left bleeding right now. So I think that out the gate, pHex will be worth more than eHex. And I'm curious about some of the mechanics that we're going to see. My personal opinion was that eHex is going to be kind of having bigger stakes because of the Ethereum fees short term. But also we know that with Ethereum 2.0 coming out, that fees are going to come down. So I think we're going to be seeing an interesting game happening between Hex and eHex. And I wanted y'all's opinion on that. Yeah, so that was the question.
Whales?
All right. So I don't think that they'll diverge much because I think that given the fact that the cost of transacting on the Pulse network is going to be essentially nil, people will be incentivized to just play both sides and arbitrage the price because there's no reason for there to be a different price on one versus the other. It just isn't because they're both the same thing and they both function the same. And they're both just this equally good. So why would the price be different? Just doesn't make sense. So I don't think that makes. I just don't think that's going to be possible. But we'll see. Could be entirely wrong.
Yeah.
Bang bang.
All of our different perspectives.
Yeah,
Dream, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, very simple. I mean, most people watching Quant already know my opinion, but just to reiterate, because repetition, right? Mother of all skills. To piggyback on what Wells just said, because double down. Remember, guys. It is a freaking copy, okay? The low liquidity you're seeing on Hex right now is going to be the same low liquidity that you're going to see on the Pulse chain too. So there's a high probability, likelihood, hint, hint, when Richard says he doesn't want to see cheap Hex on any side and the big wallets, as you guys saw the last stream, you know what's up. It makes no sense. Stop being a gambler. Stop having the trading mentality, okay? I need to reiterate that. I'm here to smack that truth into your brain. Collect money printers. Your best strategy right now is to get your strategy in order. You're staking ladders before the snapshot. That's why I told Maddie I'm going to do the interview one-on-one when he asked, because it's so important. That's what's going to change your life. The moment you try to play back and forth, you're going to become my liquidity. You're going to become the emergency end stake like we saw yesterday. The 30 million plus. We got 10 Hex for motherfucking t-shirts today. Do you understand how gangster that was? That was crazy.
That's good.
And I literally said in the video the day before, you never know when the crazy emergency end state is going to happen. Therefore, you want to be staked for the duration. Hold and behold, less than fucking 24 hours. Hex clip. You can't make this shit up. We get a fucking 50 million Hex emergency end state. This guy probably got liquidated somewhere else, so he needed some cash. So it's like, all right, 50
we're thinking it's an hourglass game that forces you to end stake when you're halfway there, kind of.
Please, I am begging you. I want you to build wealth. I want you to build wealth. I want you to be wealth. I don't know what else to tell it. I say it, I speak it, I write it, I tweet it.
People don't want it, bro. It's okay. It's okay. People don't want it, man. It's okay, man. You don't got to preach it all day. Everybody knows what's going on over here.
Somebody might know. Somebody might know the rules of the hourglass game, but I think there's some weird hourglass game rule that's incentivizing people to end huge stakes early.
It's called saying "fuck it."
I don't even know that rule. I don't even know anything about hourglass.
That's the game that they play.
It's one of these things. I don't know anything.
Well, nobody does. That's the thing. Yeah. Nobody does. That's the whole point.
I don't study scams. I study the only real crypto.
Facts.
I mean, you guys got to think about it, right? What we're doing here is we're trying to like break down why somebody would make such a decision. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
That's hard to decide.
Honestly,
Wales,
my humble opinion,
Maddie,
my speculation.
I've said this.
Yeah.
I think the guy got ended one stake. I ended one stake in my entire Hexagon career, and it put me away for life. So now everything I do is just like I run good accounting, and I know that game. So maybe Maddie or maybe Karim talked about that game. Who talked about that game with the end stakes where you just run good accounting?
Yeah, Karim talked about that.
Yeah, Karim talked about it.
Because guys, it's shit, Maddie, I'm sorry, my battery is dying. I don't know why. The charger's not working. Damn it, guys. If I emergency end the stream, okay. I'm just letting you guys know there's a problem with my charger. The adapter.
You will be penalized.
But just real quick, in case I drop off, because it's that serious. Okay, to answer the question,
we will all get the knowledge of Karim.
Right. You said it many
50%.
times. We've said it many times. But because I know repetition, some of you guys, you need to be beat up to the brain many times to actually get it. Please, seriously, don't play games. You're so fucking lucky right now. Snapshot hasn't happened yet. Get your strategy, get your copy, chill the fuck out. Collect money, get paid on both sides. The degenerate are gonna degenerate. Don't worry about it.
They are. They sure are.
We told you, emergency end stake. The next Quant gang in a year or two, we're gonna be bragging about emergency end stake, how much millions of dollars we got paid. This is gonna be the next cool thing. But if you're not stake, you're gonna miss it.
Yeah, you sure.
Yesterday was a warning reminder.
It was a banner day for more.
As much math as I love to do, I can't predict exactly when it's gonna happen. I just know it's gonna happen. That's why I tell you, in the 15 years, you're gonna be covered.
Bro, it's easy. The higher the price goes, the more they're gonna do it. You don't need to predict more than that.
Amen.
That's it. Hey. So if you're not staked, you're dumb.
You're dumb.
And let me ask a question for the benefit of people who are listening. If you run good accounting on your Ethereum network Hex, when it gets copied over to the PulseChain network, are you still going to get that copy, or do you have to mint your Hex?
Yes, sir. It's a system state. Whatever you see on Hex, you will see on Pulse. It's exactly the same. This is a reminder for people. Yes. Yeah. Same thing with the liquidity. Let me remind you, when Tesla did a 5x split, which is billions and billions of dollars, way more money. My friend had that 5x. What do you think the big wallet did? When all the little fish thought they got smart, oh my God, we got 5 times our money. Let's dump on their heads. They dumped, the price barely flinched. The big wallet just bought the shit out of it, 5x their money, and pushed the price another 300%.
It was a ruse.
Remind you guys. And that was a 5x split. If we're talking in traditional term, and I want Wells to talk about this because he's an expert, we're talking barely a 2x, guys. It's 2x. Remember, Hex fucking doubles every 46 days. What are you guys worried about? Oh my God, all this. Dude, man. It's the same thing as a 2x. It's like, okay, guys, we don't have to wait 46 days. On the day of the snapshot, you got another doubling. Like,
no.
What are you guys doing?
I just wanted to help a couple of Hexicans out here in Montana. Just understand
Shout out
it.
to Montana. Great place.
Well, I hope it was worth it, bro. Not sure it was.
I want to go ride some horses.
I'll be in your house here in about like 12 hours. So
bang bang. This is why I wanted to make the time today, guys. I kid you not. Where I'm at, it's literally. Let me check. It's literally almost 5 a.m. right now. It's crazy. I told Maddie, all right, I'm gonna be out, and then I'm gonna be on the stream. And I tried. The internet was so bad. I was like, oh, it's gonna be poor quality. So I literally ran my ass back to the hotel. Connect the laptop. You gotta be on Quant game. There's just no way. I know for you guys, it's like what 10 p.m. right now, and so I'm like, fuck sleep. I gotta be on the stream with you guys. So because this message is important.
I'm flying out to Wales territory. I'm going back to New York for the weekend. So
nice. Shout out to that.
Good luck, man. Hope you make it back.
Not coming into New York City, bro. So I'm going out to ALLin.
Nah, there's no reason to come here, man. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And to satisfy the curiosity, because I know somebody's gonna ask at some point, so let me just say it right now. I'm in Ukraine right now, and it's freaking amazing. I hang out with a billionaire. It's so cool. He already heard about Hex. You know what time it is, guys. Listen, you see the market buy that's happening. Don't be stupid, okay? I want you to build wealth. Don't give away your wealth. Don't give away your hex for cheap. Big money hasn't even begin to get it. You understand? Like, you know what RG used to say all the time? The biggest wallet hasn't got it. It has never been more true. Forget about me. I'm a small fish compared to those guys. The guy that I talked to today, forget about it. Please, don't give it away for cheap. Don't be stupid. Delay gratification. For the love of God.
So
That's the reason why I did that video yesterday with Maddie. Please, I am begging you. Okay, I'm not going to trade wallets because I want you to get to where we talked about. Okay? All you squids out there, all you turtles, and yes, the crab too. I meant what I said. You guys are the millionaires next. But I can't hold your fucking hand. If you don't stake that shit, like we've been telling you, like Wells been telling you. Wells is on more streams than me, and he's been fucking telling you. Please.
Yeah, well, look, you don't know what I've been up to, and I'm not going to say nothing out there out loud, but all I'm going to tell you guys is this. You need to listen, and if you haven't heard, you need to rewind and rewatch every stream we've done. Nobody here is selling you anything, but you need to listen because it's going to cost you dearly if you do not. Because what you don't understand is that people with billions know how to do math. Yeah. So, suggest you take note of that.
Amen.
Yeah. Pretty important.
WhalesOnly, Hex clip, Quant clips.
Yeah. All the clips you want.
All the clips. Clip this shit, tweet it, scan it, Instagram it, whatever it is. Whatever. But get into your fucking brain for the love of God.
It's very serious, folks. Because what's happening in the background is real world change. Okay? What you're not seeing in the coin market crap scenario, right? And everywhere else is the fact that people are flocking to Hex. And it's not just retail.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not just retail because math does not lie. Okay. And that's all you need to understand. So if you think Kareem hanging with billionaires matters, I highly suggest you just get the fuck out of here because you don't have a clue.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a clue.
I took Maddie's math. I took Maddie's math to a guy today, and I explained the 30-70. All right, Maddie. So shout out to you.
That's not mine. That's Kareem.
I gave it to him. It doesn't matter. Let's do the numbers. Let's just do the numbers.
I love Maddie. He's so
doesn't matter, man.
Or excuse me, but it's all good. As long as you got
Kareem's.
This is Kareem's equation, okay?
Yeah, Kareem's equation. I'm sorry, I just totally got it. It's getting late. I got to get on a plane here in 12 hours.
Well, please,
but I took Kareem's math, the 70-30, right? And I broke it down for him. And I put it down on paper. Like I literally put it down on paper. And I'm like, because he's 34 years old. So I'm 53. And I'm like, I just did a 555 or 5555 just to explain it to a guy. I only put like a small amount. I only put like $1,800 just to show him like actually on stream, like how I do it. Right. Like here's a 555. I'm just going to throw this out here. Just to show you like what the math is. You can't even get a full T-share. You get 0.6 whatever of a T-share right now.
Say that again for the viewers. They may not missed it. Say that again.
What? With $1,800, like maybe $18,265, you cannot get a full T-share for 5555. You get 0.65. That's it. That's it.
That's it.
That's it, Kareem. So unless
that's a lot of shares still. That's 62% of
it's still great,
shares.
right?
Yeah. But what he's trying to say is
I tried to explain to him.
Acceleration is happening. So yeah.
I tried to explain to him. I said, when I did my first 5555, I got 0.70 per T-share. And he's like,
you're OG, which means,
and he's like, my mind is blown. He's like, my mind is blown because he understood the math. And anybody who is listening to the stream right now, who's watching it or will come back and watch it after the fact, there is going to be an opportunity for you here in the future when you listen to this and you sit there and go, well, I can only get a 0.6 T-share for 5,555. But there's going to come a day when you can only get a 0.1 T-share. Get in now. Just do it.
That's 600 B shares.
Yep.
Maddie, it's ridiculous. I mean, since we met in Vegas,
price discovery,
Karim,
epic proportions.
Karim the Dream is like clapping his hands. I'm like,
Karim isn't going to let the price stay here. Karim is going to do giveaways. He's going to pump the price. He's ready to go.
Yeah, well, a lot of us are actually.
I've been repping Karim at work. I'm like, this guy's going at it. He's the business officer. He's gonna make the turtles. He's gonna
millionaires. Turtle millionaires.
Well, we have to really work on that staker app thing because there's that whole blank space on achievements. Don't
if
you
go
worry. To achievement,
it's
okay. I won't worry.
So strong,
I won't worry, bro.
Fair warning: get yourself a staker wallet, smart wallet. Understand something? Business 101. It's company money. Let me say it again. It's company money. Okay. Those of you out there messaging me, you're chilling on MetaMask. That's cool, but don't come crying at me. You ain't gonna be in the promo. Okay. It's company money. It's not my money. It's company money. So if you want to be in the promo, I highly suggest. Because we never tell you what to do here. It's only mathematical advice. I highly suggest you get yourself a smart wallet if you haven't already. Because when the promos start flying and the money start going like this, because I'm going to incentivize if I got to pay you to become wealthy, I fucking will. That's how we're going to get there.
That's funny, yo. That's so funny.
That's how Hex works.
I tweeted.
If I gotta scam you into being wealthy, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find a way.
I'm gonna pay you to be wealthy.
Yeah, I've actually done that. I mean, I've had 3 meetups at my house, onboarding people, and all I did was I brought them in. Obviously, I fed them good. I'm a retired chef, but I sat there and I'm like, well, here's $20. Here's $50. I'm like, we'll get you set up on the staker app. I got them set up on the staker app, got them set up on the MetaMask, depending on what they're using, that type of thing. And I'm just like, and they're like, bro, you're like giving out way money. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, this is just the beginning. You can pay me back. Take me out to dinner sometime.
Right. It's not going to matter in the short term. It's not.
It doesn't. And that's the thing is like the thing I did today to stake that 5,555. I'm like, I explained to somebody, I said, it probably cost me roughly $120, $118. By the time I transferred to USDC, did the staker, did the transfer, flipping it to Hex and then staking it. And I'm like, that doesn't even matter. I mean, that is just nothing. I'm like, it's like $188, $200, something like that. I'm like, it's not $200, but it was less than that. But I'm like, you don't understand. You don't even understand. I'm like, when one hex costs you $100, you're gonna be like, oh my God.
Indeed.
Thanks.
And
I love this comment here. It's funny. D'Artagnan's like,
that's the thing. I'm not even joking. I'm like, this is not even a stop gap value. I mean, it'll go farther. But I'm like, when Hex costs you $100, will that really matter?
Exactly. It will. Guys, I swear to God, it will happen. And I'm like, in conventional standing, I'm almost irresponsibly staked. Maddie knows. But the point is, to me, it's just math. It's just math. I am telling you.
Math.
What's going to happen?
It's not just math. It's delayed gratification.
Yes.
It's got an excessive amount of it.
No pain, no gain. Another funny
Wales is the one that convinced me.
I like this comment here.
Whales is the guy who got me.
Hex deck. I mean, I know you know this, but another good thing to talk about with T-shares and show is on go.hex.com. When you see the payouts, the daily payouts, if you show the history of how it started at a fraction of a hex per T-share, and we're now up to, that's also really important for people to understand is that that's going to grow over time. So even though it's 0.6 of a big number,
one T-share will be worth over a Bitcoin.
Easy. And I called this for over a year. And I can't wait when that happens. I'm going to tweet back Simon Sinek and let him know again. Like, I'm sorry. Simon Sinek. No. Shit. What's his name? He had an interview with Richard back in the day. Simon Dixon. To let him know because it's so important. That's how important it is. Again, those who haven't watched my video from yesterday, go watch it because I break this down. If you really believe and understand what Hex can do and it is better than Bitcoin, you need to understand that mathematically, we have another basically 1,500x to go plus. Before we just catch up to what Bitcoin did, not what we're gonna do because we're even better. So you got to be very, very understanding on what those T-shirts are going to be worth, what those daily payouts is going to be worth, and I explain it again by using the Dream account as an example. For those who don't know or never heard it, let me say it again. When the Dream account started, it paid me only still a lot, $37 a day. And I came up with 6-figure plus real cash, day one, stake there, whatever, $37. Today, it's doing 5 figures. 5 figures plus dollars every day. And we're just getting started. So before you think about throwing away your T-shirt, whatever, again, stay broke, not poor. It is 5 a.m.
Stay broke, not poor.
I'll stop at KFC. I got like a strawberry banana smoothie because again, I delay gratification. That's it. Richard played the fancy stuff. I love it. Just like he said, I can enjoy the watch through him. I don't have to spend my money for that. But also, it's about validity. That's the first thing I told Maddie when I was there. It's about validity. You cannot talk about something you do not fully understand. You cannot tell about people potentially to do something that you're not doing yourself. And I want to show everybody that I delay gratification more than anybody else. So when the hater comes and talks shit, oh, you're telling people to do X, Y, and Z, even though I'm not telling anybody to do anything, it's just mathematical advice. But I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, I'm already doing it. I'm sharing you what I am doing. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm letting you know this is how I'm winning. You want to do it, you do it. You don't want to do it, that's on you. Those who want to do it, I'm going to help them out. I'm going to throw some promotion. I'm going to throw money at them. I want them to grow because about sharing the love. When I get the gratitude, the thank you message to me, it's more worth than money. Doesn't matter anymore. It's just number on the screen. It's too much. Guys, I can't spend it all. It's just, I mean, shit. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. Dude, average, go look, do the numbers, man. The average shark out there is like 5-figure T-shirt. Go do the numbers. It's like, what are we talking about? It's number on the screen. It's just like we're following the ethos Rich has been talking about. You know what I mean? That's how it is. And we're not going to emergency and sick. We're going to be here collecting. And guess what? The more that happens, it's actually good long term. The hex are falling into stronger hands, which means we get a little wick like that. No big deal. Dude, the whole market was crashing. People are finally waking up. Oh, this bear market that me and Will been talking about for a while, and Richard too. Now they're waking the fuck up. Even Big Boy capitulate when he says, "Oh, I expect the market to top in 2 weeks." Get the fuck out of here. We've been in the bear market for 5 months. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Wait, and then wait. So wait a minute.
Shit topped out in April. What is
right? And then he said in 2 weeks, like, so the chart's gonna miraculously pump in a week or two. Get the fuck out of here.
Come on, man. Good
Everybody running for the wheels.
Funny.
It's funny. It really is.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, man. All we can do is laugh.
I don't know if this got heard, but I want to say a shout out to Matty because he was the first guy who was doing mental therapy, like health, sudden wealth syndrome stuff. Mm-hmm. And that helped me out before I came to Vegas, and it helped me after I came to Vegas.
It's important, man.
And it helped me out. No, I mean, Matty, you really did the work. And like the stuff I listened to you on, I mean, honestly, I could have get wrecked or something like that, but I wouldn't get wrecked. I mean, I think I'm a pretty confident person, right? But like you helped me through that whole depression phase. God, that sucked. Yeah. Like I came back from Vegas. It was like I was in a depression for like 2 months. And I'm like, and watching your streams and doing your stuff. So big shout out to you, Maddie. I mean, big shout out to you.
Maddie cares, man. Maddie cares.
Yeah, he does.
Appreciate it.
No, but he really did. He does stuff for people that helps people.
Mm-hmm.
And, I understand this mental health thing about going into, like different things, because there are going to be so many people. There's going to be so many people that are like, oh my God, I've got all this money. What do I do with it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Maddie,
It's a problem. It's a problem.
It takes away your normal levers, your rewards.
I don't need your help now, but
normally people would find it rewarding, right? To like work a little bit of overtime to get more money, right? But when you just have so much money, you don't know what to do with it, or you're suddenly getting money that's independent of, what you're doing today, right? Then it's going to reward whatever your behavior was today, whether that was a good behavior or a bad behavior. And so that's why we do need to program mentally healthy behaviors into our lives, whether it's a matter of scheduling, right, with ourselves, like on a piece of paper, with a pen, or whether it's through the blockchain, right, and things that we can build into Hex that don't take a fee and that don't compete with Hex, but things that allow us to use these natural rewards and these mathematical rewards that we're getting during price discovery to actually condition ourselves to have good behavior. Because we might as well, if we're going to be swimming in jackpots the rest of our lives, we might as well, right, use that motivational force for something. And so I have some ideas, I have some ideas in mind. I've talked about it before, this idea of paying yourself for not only time locking, but also for behavior change. And so I think that there's going to be a whole, there's going to be a whole field there of interventions, whether it's people who are depressed, because of their monetary situation, or people who are, not even thinking about money, right? But there's going to be a way for, and it's just like I would see in a mental health clinic, right? People get better for lots of different reasons. And the more we can find out what those reasons are and then make that process, more reliable, more certain, then that's going to be a really powerful thing. That can be, money doesn't just have to have negative side effects.
Facts.
It can have positive side effects if the money isn't programmed to be mentally ill itself, right? And that's what we see in the fiat system. So Hex, it's a chance. And I think we will be tempted, as leaders in the space, we will be tempted to rebuild the old system without knowing it, right? Because that's what we see happen in Bitcoin. Bitcoin had a chance to be programmable money, and they screwed it up because they didn't know what they wanted to be: store of value or programmable money or peer-to-peer cash, right? But it's just carving out these different use cases and opening up space for, things to come along that do have an altruistic actor, right, who's starting it. That's probably the same between Bitcoin and Hex. So I know that's covering a lot, but the topic of mental health, I think, really does matter in people's finances, but also in general.
Yeah, 100%, man. I mean, when you don't know what to do with money, it disappears really fast. So it's extremely important.
Yeah,
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I just want to thank you for saying that, Maddie. That was just like work at, I'm actually going through a rough time right now. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's fucking hard to get through. And so Hex has just come like right at the right time for me. I'm about to go to I'm trying to get to a men's group. I've been reaching out for a little while here in the last week.
Good for you. That's awesome.
So it's like, fuck, I've landed right in the middle of a men's group that I've always been looking for.
Yeah.
I'm actually really happy and sad because I can see the effects that it's had on us men in general, but particularly from the indigenous group that I'm from. Uh, Hex and Bitcoin, of course, where it all started for me, 2009, 10, when I first heard of it. I didn't pull the trigger until last year. And then in November last year, I heard about Hex. Fuck, this is frustrating hearing myself talk in my own head.
You're doing great.
You're doing good, brother. Go ahead.
But,
You're doing good.
I'll just wait till this crazy guy that's talking in my head to finish. So I'm just really, really, really thankful for you guys. I've been watching hours and hours of videos of you guys 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. For hours and hours and hours on end. Whales, Maddie, I don't know Hex Dragon or Karim yet, but I'm so looking forward to getting to know you awesomely. And well, I'm a teacher, so at this point of time, I know what I'm going to be doing in my class when I finally go back to work, because I've had like 2 months off sick leave. So I can't wait to get into in front of my kids to teach these concepts, these absolutely fundamental human concepts. I mean, fuck, how the hell did we get to a point where we need a program in the bloody cloud to learn how to be human? I'm so angry in a sense, passionate to make sure that I don't carry on the way I was, and to go along with you brothers. I'm sort of getting lost for words here because I don't have one question. I've got so many. I just want to get rid of all the R's and whatnot in my speech as well. But man.
So do you think you'll be sticking around in the Hex community for 15 years?
Oh, hell yeah. I've already got stakes, and it was my second stake that I did. I've done 2 15-year stakes. And mate, this has changed my whole world. This has changed the whole way I think about money. I've been on a fucking rampage of just learning as much as I can. And that's exactly what I'm going to do in my classroom. Is I teach grade 1 to grade 8. And I know I've been teaching for 20 years. I'm going to be able to get out of this teaching game in terms of I don't have to rely on the government to pay me, because I can do that through Hex. I thought it was through Bitcoin, and it did start off with Bitcoin. And fuck, I'm excited. I wasn't before. I really wasn't. Shit, I got a phone call. I got to go. Can I come back on again?
Sure.
Love you guys. I've got to go answer this. It's my darling.
All right.
I'll see you guys soon, eh?
Have a good one. Thanks for joining.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, as you see, it's a really important tool to have peer support.
Doing for
and that's
the world.
one thing that. Yes.
What the fudge? Yeah, mate. So when I get a real question, I'm gonna ask it.
Sure.
No worry. All good.
Well, I'd love to share something. I've shared some of my other streams, but for all you people out there, like you now who have wealth, you are in a position where you can start taking like personal development courses. There's so many great things offered. In Austin, we have some really great ones. I'm happy to give anybody in the Hex community a $20 discount. I get nothing. I just volunteer. But personal development is such a great way to learn about yourself, to help heal past traumas. I love hearing Karim talk about this. I know he's done his work. And yeah, that's like the next part. If you don't know what to do with your life right now, start diving into personal development. And you can work on yourself. And you start treating your body as a temple. And your relationships will become so meaningful. You'll start filtering out the people who aren't right fit in your life. And those that are will now have space to come into your life. So anybody who reaches out to me, if you're in the US, in Texas, October 15th, you want to know more? I guess I should have asked to shill this, but I'm happy to give any Hexagon a $200 discount. I've been doing these workshops for 6 years now. They're so fun. If you don't know your purpose right now, if you feel like you struggle in relationships or other things, personal development is going to help you so much. And it doesn't really matter where you go. I think that a lot of the content is shared across teachers. So just find it, play around with teacher, do it with friends though. Like that's why I'm inviting y'all, because I would love to have Hexagons in personal development with me out here. And I'm, like I said, $200. I can help you out a little bit. It'll cost you like $400 personal.
Bang, bang. Listen, I'm all about personal development. Guys, it's the foundation. It's the fundamental thing. You know what I mean? Obviously, if you can get it for free, definitely. That's what we hear. But if you can spend the money for it, and I spend personally thousands of dollars on those, it's well worth it. It is a human being requirement. Let me say it again, slow. Personal development is a human being requirement. If anything else, if you care about you the individual, and you want to become better and strive to become better as a person, as a friend, as a husband, as a teacher, as a whatever it might be, just by taking care of you, you will realize how precious that is, so you can then take care of other people. Just like you're on the airplane, the analogy when they say put the mask on you first, then you can help anybody else, right? My mom used to say this when I was very young. It's so powerful. Before you help anybody else, remove yourself from the list of the people that need help. Okay? Now, watch out for the furus out there. Make sure you vet the content. You know what I mean? But again, the cool thing is, if it follows the value of what we've been talking about, the values of Hex, the value of delayed gratification, getting better, no get rich quick scheme, get rich for sure. The slow way, but the best way. That's what personal development is all about. There's a reason why even when you go to school or whatever, you graduate certification, it doesn't happen overnight. You go for a while, you overcome certain things, you learn about yourself, you learn about the people, and then you get that certification, right? Those are the things, because you're going to learn those tools that's going to allow you to elevate. And once you elevate, you're more value to yourself, you're more happy with yourself, because you feel that inner gracious feeling of like, you don't wait for somebody else to validate you. You can validate yourself from the work that you've done. Then also the marketplace will see how valuable you are, because you develop those extra skills. That's why they can pay you some more. And then because you become a better communicator, again, a better friend, a better husband, a better boyfriend, whatever it is, girlfriend, it allows you to become better, so that more greatness is attracted to you, because there's many other people who seek that greatness or who are on their path to that greatness. And when they realize, oh, he's on his journey just like I am on mine, like attract likes. That comes your way. So take that very, very seriously. It's very important. So that way you'll be good. And again, shout out to Mario for taking the time, coming in, giving that true, real, raw testimonial. It's another testament how powerful our community is. We'll keep it real, keep it 100. We're trying to help everybody we can. And it takes courage to come on stream. You know, I never take that for granted. Some people can't do that. So shout out to him.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy sometimes. That is for sure. So guys, I can let me see, I can show the charts. I'm working on something, but not gonna be finished like I thought. So I want it to be good.
Yeah. Well, I got another question for y'all if you want to finish up your charts real quick.
Go ahead, Sean.
All right. So I wrote this down. What causes the T-share to ratchet up? I'm curious about the game mechanics. If it is total hex or is it total stakes that cause the T-share to go up? I'm not going to trade. I'm staked and staking more every month. Just want to understand this. Someone can explain it or point me in the right direction where I can find the answers for really understanding the nuances of the T-share ratcheting and the price, because that's going to help us understand why I think some of the game mechanics we might have been missing with Pulse coming out. So I'll ask that question next.
That's awesome. Wells, you want to take this or take this?
I'll take it, bro. It's real simple, man. Anytime stake ends, it recalculates the quantity of T-shares that the system is going to require. So it's pretty much just the end staking function that ratchets up the T-share rate, which is what drives the value of the T-share higher over time.
But is it the amount of hex that's unstaked or the quantity of stakes that are ending?
No, the amount of hex is unstaked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every time an end stake happens, the system is figuring out whether the T-share rate needs to go up. So it's just the end stakes and nothing else.
Yeah. Look at it like it's a function of profitability. Okay, the system looks at when did you get in. It's very important because the ratcheting will be different if it's like a very, very early stake when the ratio was like 10,000 hex per T-share or whatever, pretty big payday, or where was it after. So he looks at the profitability, how much ROI you got, and if you're the highest ever seen before, he readjusts to that. Again, the main thing for you to remember is the system has to make sure no matter what, that longer will always pay better. So when you're ending, he's looking at, listen, you did this, you got here, you got paid this much. I need to calculate to make sure that if you come right back the next day with everything, the principal, the interest, and whatever, and you go again, you can never get more than the guy that just stayed in for the whole direction. So he has to calculate how much to increase by to make sure that statement stays true. That's why it's not something that can be easily predicted, because nobody can know exactly when an end stake is going to come out. We have obviously a chart for end staking based on regular scheduling, but obviously there's some people out there, emergency end stake, whatever. So there's also that. We have an idea, we have a trend, but at a random time, somebody can decide to exit whenever they want to do it, and then the system will still compute that math, okay? But what we know is this, right? The trend is your friend. It has a habit to ratchet very fast, every day or every other day, because it's always taking momentum going on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Thank you for that. And so the game mechanics here then, because this is obviously a game, there's rules to be played.
Oh, and one more thing. Wells just put literally the mathematical equation right here for you on stream for you to see. FYI.
I got a screen on that. We're good.
I put that up. That's so this is, if you go to allmylinks.com/ALLin, I have 50 links there, and some of them are just tools that other people have made in Hex. There's two different explanations of the Hex smart contract, which decides what the share price is based on the history of the chain and the transactions that have occurred. And so here's one written by Nerd Girl called Hex Contract in Lay Terms, and then here's the original one by Dev Kyle called Hex Contract in Layman's Terms. So I went to in layman's terms, and then I went to the index, and I went to under staking share price, and then this is showing us the exact formula. Now, what you'll note is Richard actually misspoke on how the share price is calculated because they went back and forth on the design. And so he corrected himself, of course. And but the way that we discovered that it wasn't how it was always explained to us, that it's based on the highest ROI the system has ever seen, we know that it's not exactly calculated that way because otherwise the origin address, when it's staked for big payday, it would have basically ratcheted up the share price, but then the share price would have stayed the same for a long time because it wouldn't have, because nobody would have ever gotten a higher ROI for quite some time, for like years or something. So basically the bottom line is this equation tells you it, but there were a few things that they had to, I guess, plan ahead for, and that gives you an idea of what kind of Easter eggs can exist in Hex, because obviously the code was written to take into account something that people didn't even predict, that the OA would stake a lot and that they would have to have the formula still update, continuously since then. And so I think when you said that the share price in Hex terms has gone up 20% this month, were you talking in dollar terms or in Hex terms?
I was talking in Hex terms, I believe. And
so
the math doesn't look right, but go on.
Yeah, the reason I would say that that's might not be completely accurate is because we know we know how much the share rate has increased because it started out at 10,000 hex per T-share. Now, it wasn't displayed on the website like that. It was actually displayed in like a different ratio. But eventually the site updated to give, in hex per T-shares.
Yeah, no, I just checked. He confused that with the T-share price. It's a combination of share rate plus dollar. So the share rate in hex term, it was like 18,000 and change, and now it's 18,700. So that one goes up slower in percentage, but remember, quick math, it's a force multiplier.
Yes.
It's a function also of your 3x. When T-share rate go up even 5% or 10%, that is actually a mathematical increase of 3x that, 10, 15 to 30%, because it affects your common denominator base when you do a 5-5-5-5 stake. Because if I can get a stake for 15 years, which I love to do, as you guys know, and then share rate goes up 10%, and you do the same thing, you don't lose 10% against me. You lose 30% against me, because I was 10% lower than you, and then I multiply by 3x. When you were then, let's say I get it for 18,000 hex per T-shirt, but then you come in and then you get it for almost 20,000 hex per T-shirt, whatever the increase is, let's say roughly 10%. It's not just 10%, because if you're trying to do a 3x multiplier, it will be 3 times more. That's why it's so important. When you see that thing move, it's a big deal. That's why I give you guys the analogy. Imagine hex is $1 and then share rate go up 30, 50 points every other day. That's $30 to $50 increase every other day. It's insane. When it's pennies or cents, you think like it's no big deal. But you need to understand it's a big deal. Because it's a force multiplier.
Yeah, because you're making decisions today that could affect you in 10 or 15 years.
Yes, opportunity cost. Yeah.
Which is where the force multiplier is really going to hit you. And so Karim kind of, in my opinion, kind of like glosses over a little bit, kind of like how little the share rate has increased, because he wants you to think about what you're actually doing. Because if you're buying hex now and time locking it, now is when you have to understand the force multiplier, not once you sit around and you've already played all your cards.
Especially if you want to move up the ladder. I mean, how do you think you're going to get there? You know what I mean? Because it looks like it's nothing until many years goes by and people get stupid daily payout. And then you're wondering like, what just happened? So it's too late, because you have to have that foresight. Again, playing chess, not checkers. So then many years down the line, when you get those crazy daily payout, you don't act surprised because you know you planned for that. That's the whole point.
So we've seen the price of a T-share in hex terms go up about 87% in 1.75 years, because the price went from 10,000 hex per T-share to what it is now, right? And so that's what we're seeing, right? Is so if it's 18,700, then the 8,700 divided by 10,000, that's where we're getting the 87%. And that's why, you hear Richard quote, well, if you were not staked, you've made, right, like a 9,000x or a 10,000x. And now if you were staked, it's almost double that, right? Because it's almost reached 100%.
Yes.
more expensive, right? But then, so now you can already start to see the separation. Some people are making a 10,000x not staked, and some people are making a 20,000x staked, and that's going to separate more and more, quicker and quicker, which is why Karim wants you to take it into consideration now.
Because I want you to build wealth, like I've been saying, because that's how you really get out of poverty and the rat race, and that's the biggest gift I can give you. So then you can do the next thing, which is the end of my sentence every time I tweet it. So you can go fucking live your best life. That's it. That's it. That's what I want you to do. Build wealth and go live your best life. That's what I want you to do. That's simple.
It's so funny to me when I hear people say like a 2x doesn't seem like that much. I had a guy at a stream today, really new Hexican, and he's like, "Yeah, I just had a 5x. That's not going to change my life." I'm like, "A 5x? Like,
the disrespect, man."
I know. It's
well, and that's the difference between selling your interest and living off that, and never having to touch your principal versus having to touch your principal. You know, if you're getting double the returns because you're staked, that's a big deal, right? And it's going to keep separating more and more, especially once we go through multiple 15-year cycles. I mean, it's really going to separate. So it's not going to stay 2x forever, right? It's going to go up exponentially from there, I think, so, right?
Whales, you had a stream that was so good and I missed it. I can't remember what it was called. So I'm going to ask you, because I hope everybody else will search for this specific stream too. You wanted to you were looking at T-share price, and I can't remember it well because I didn't see it all. But you were playing some games, figuring out what's going to happen with the T-share price into the future, and what's that going to do to the Hex price. And you're kind of just messing around. It was seemed really chill, but you had this idea that you wanted to figure out live. And do you know what I'm talking about? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think I remember. That was an old one, if I remember correctly. And I think now what I would say, given that was such a long time ago, is that the way you can calculate what you're going to get from Hex is in two ways, right? And that those two ways are going to be determined based on how long you're staked for, right? Like if you want to give yourself a ballpark as to what your portfolio can do, you would have to use your average staking duration length to kind of give you an idea of what your yield is going to be. And then you can easily just use that and do the compounding to the crypto amount, right? Because if we compound in crypto, right? And that's the thing, that's going to give you a realistic view. But the funny thing is that even if you do that, it's going to be kind of out of whack with what the system gives you up front. But the thing about it is that the system generates that value over time regardless. What you get up front is just boilerplate math. So it's a beautiful thing because no matter how you calculate it, it's always going to be short. It's never going to be correct. And it's going to be short, not overestimating, you know what I mean? So it's a beautiful thing. You're always winning, even when you're wrong. Hard to be mad at that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
beautiful thing.
Love it.
It's a beautiful thing, man. It's hard not to love something that replicates business activity without you having to do the same have to put in the same quality of effort, right? Because when you're operating a business, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy. I mean, forget about it. If you work, think about that times 10, because you're just doing what somebody's telling you to do. You don't have to think about anything. And that's what employees don't think about. They just do. And that's the thing. When you're QBing, right, or running operations and things like that, you got to put a little thought into what you're doing. It's not just clicking a button. And here, all we're doing is clicking a button. So we're pretty lucky. By the time people figure this shit out, I mean, they're going to be so upset, because they just didn't know. Because this is easy. This is not hard.
That's the crazy part, right?
Yeah,
This is where
that's the crazy part. I mean,
comes back because some people they don't understand that because no offense, they either never
they
been
don't
in
want
business
to.
before,
They
don't
don't want
want to,
Yeah,
or they don't
want to.
understand like the gains that you're getting in the real
Dude,
world.
check
The
this
amount
out,
of
man.
work
Check
you
this
have to
out.
do. Go ahead.
I have a chat, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's this simple because this is how crazy it is. Because we're no different than anybody else, man. Right? And I got a chat with some college friends, and I'm probably talked about these dudes like 50 times before because I just don't get it. I don't get it. We're like they're younger than me because I met these guys after I got out the military. So they're younger than me. And 2 out of the 5 just, they don't get it, man. Or 3 out of the 5, sorry, they just don't get it. They just don't get it. And it's like, yo, what's wrong with you? Like, do you not see what happened over the past 10 years? Like, you were in college when all of this started. Where are you? I mean, money is a real problem because that is the controlling mechanism, right? When you're when you are living a life where the game of life is to create wealth, right? Or just die or live a plebeian life, not a comfortable one, right? Because it's not about being rich.
Yeah.
Because that's whatever. It's about being comfortable.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's the thing that's missed on a lot of people because I know I was chasing stupid money. And now that I stopped chasing it, I found it.
Yep.
It's funny.
Like being
that.
financially free and get your own version of fucking money so you
Correct.
can then go live
your
best
own
life.
version, Quant, clip that shit. Your own version of fuck you money. That's for real. Because everybody's situation is different, man. Yeah. It's different. People call me all the time for these consultations and I'm telling them, look, you have to figure out what you want. You have to. It's the only way. It's just like Hex Dragon was talking about earlier. I mean, and funny thing is, whether it's free or $400, you're gonna get your return back on self-improvement. It's the thing about it is when it's free, it takes a long time.
Because most people disrespect free. They don't have the wisdom because they have to pay for nothing.
Correct.
Don't buy a self-help book because who's going to be helping you? You. And if you're the one who needs help, you're not qualified.
Right.
Good way to put it. Yeah. Because you got to do. There's power in taking actions too, right?
100%.
You can talk about all you want, but until you do the action, the motion, that's the key, right? The sculpture, the painter, the whatever. You can sit here, imagine this, that. It is valuable because I told you guys dreams are important, but nothing becomes the future until they take the hammer and the nails and go to work, right? They start the painting. You got to take action.
Yeah.
When something's giving you for free, most of the time most people disrespect it. When it's something that you either pay for it or you have to go get it, you have to work for somebody, you have to exchange some type of equity, sweat equity, whatever it might be.
I gotta say, dude,
pay attention because you have to spend money.
Look at this comment from Anthony Bueller. He says, "Look at the charts, retards." And it's that simple.
But it's not though, because they're going to look at the chart and they're going to look at Bitcoin and be like, "Well, the next thing is this. This is the thing." People are worried, like, "Well, when's it going to crash?"
But that's the thing. That's the thing. After 21 months, how can you just assume that? You got to compare things in terms of time. But I know what you mean because you're right to a certain extent. That's the average. That's the normal frame of thought. And I get it. Yeah. But that's why you got to sit back and pay attention. Sometimes you got to look at the field, and that's the thing. When you're looking at a chart, that's kind of the way I look at it. It's kind of like you're looking at the field. And when you're looking at the field, you're going to be able to see things that you wouldn't otherwise. This is why day trading is dangerous. When you're day trading, you're not looking at the field. And that's how you get sacked.
Yeah, so you get that short-sighted vision, and then you can't account for a little certain, and you get wrecked, and then you get left behind, and it's insane. It blows my mind.
It gets really ugly,
something that returns at such a higher clip that you don't have to date it. So I don't understand. I know some of you guys want to get your fix. You know what I mean? You gotta click another button, but no.
Right. Click another button, yo. You're right. You're right, though.
Richard, do you think the Matrix will allow you to release crypto code that is superior to that of Bitcoin and gives decentralized financial freedom to all. What? You already released it? Oh, we better stop gatekeeping. Congrats on 100,000 Twitter subs.
Show's not over yet.
Awesome transition. I was like,
Yeah, that was good.
oh my gosh.
Was that because
Shiny
of the comment about Karim looking like Morpheus?
Yeah.
The audience unlocked the.
Yeah, those are special
cameo
glasses.
Easter
They're
egg.
cool. You can't even be outside or be in the club. It doesn't
Yes.
matter. You can still
They
see
asked the right
clear even in the
question.
dark. So they're just, yeah, I got a light behind me. It's shining because of that. So you guys can see me. But yeah, but I must remind you guys, seriously, it is almost 6 a.m. Okay. And I'm here. Maddie, maybe I'll do another 10 minutes, then I gotta sleep. I gotta be up early.
So, hey, may I share a quick story with y'all before you head out? So in my life, like, so I was fortunate to be an entrepreneur, super successful, lost it all, super successful, lost it all, super successful, donated it. So in 2013, I donated my wealth to a community to help out. It got embezzled. That sucked. But the story I want to share with you is that I became super disenfranchised with money. Like, when I had it, I wasn't happy. And so I ended up discovering this idea called the gift economy. And so for 7 years, I lived in the gift economy, where basically I just had my social equity and my social wealth. So I had to be an awesome person. And by the way, I define wealth as what I have access to, not what I own. So my friends, by being a person of integrity, by being a person who's inspiring, and by being a person who's always improving, I had a lot of awesome people in my life, and they were willing to share with me. And as the people saw that, I accumulated more and more wealth just by being my way of being. And that have really helped me figure out a lot in my life for what I wanted. So I share this with everybody because a lot of people don't recognize the wealth that they already have. And a lot of it's a mindset. Like, Karim is like, he's future rich. I don't know if he's rich today, but I know he's future rich. But he also embodies this energy of a successful person who you want to get to know. And so he has the confidence to hang out with billionaires or millionaires. And you do, of course, like, we're talking, like, we all know each other. Like, I can come on here, talk to you guys who are, in my opinion, hex-akin celebrities, and just have a conversation, because I know what my worth is also. I can be confident here with y'all. Right. And I've been able to do this with no money, and be able to get into awesome places. I'm like, how can I do personal development for free? I offer services and trades and coaching, all this kind of stuff. So you got to find out what you're worth. Stop using money for a little bit. Yeah. And that'll help you find what you want.
That's it. That's right. And it's funny because I talk about that. I kind of indirectly talk about that all the time, because people have to learn how to find and see value, right? Because value is very evident in our society, but it's really not. Right? Because we like to think of it as swapping hours for time, but that's not true. And that once people figure that out, life changes a little bit, a whole lot, actually, a whole lot. And that's really, really the key. You know, I mean, imagine a world where your talent and your skill and your hobby and what you like to do is your bank account. You're instantly, infinitely wealthy. You never run out of anything. You always have what you need. Imagine that. That's the future that I can imagine, because that to me is money. That's real value. That's real wealth. Think about it. Who doesn't have something that they like to do? Nobody. Seems like a bright future to me. What do you guys think?
Oh yeah,
I agree. I mean,
Damn
again,
right.
it goes back to the definition of, getting your own version of FU money and being financially free. It's the ability to do what you want, when you want, with whoever you want, at whatever time you want. You know what I mean? It's just that alone is the key. And if you can add to the fact that because you're not free and you're vibrating on a higher frequency, you can do the other intangible things that most people who doesn't understand or doesn't vibe at the same level will say, that doesn't make sense. You're doing this, you're doing that, because they still trap in the low vibration. They still trap into, I got to pay my bills. I got to be selfish. I gotta do X, Y, Z, and that's fine. But they just need to understand there's a higher level to that. But we're trying to get you there. But for you to get you there, you need to get your house in order. You need to get this other stuff so you can stop worrying about the small things so you can elevate to the bigger thing. And that's the key. And the more and more we do that, the more successful we'll become as a community, the better hex clicks we're going to have, the more gratitude will be. And then that energy, that pendulum is really going to resonate. And we're just going to take over more and more year after year, because there's going to be too many facts, too many receipts, too many life change. And that's what I work so hard and looking forward to see. It's going to be insane. So, and then literally we're going to start just traveling the world. Like, a Hexican in any part of the world that's just probably welcoming you, because he's just happy that you understand what he understands. And then you just come visit and it's just like open arms. What do you need? Like, you know what I mean? And it goes back to what Hex Dragon was saying. The wealth becomes so vast just because you're in the community and you know someone else in the community. Like, dude, if you come to Boston, you know what's up. Like, we're just going to be chilling. It's not going to be any issue. So it's just, this is what sets us apart. That's why our community is so strong. That's why I have no doubt in my mind we're going to be here 15 plus years from now. So for me, it's an easy part. It's just the education, putting the word, the repetition, not assuming it's going to happen overnight, putting the work, right? If I said I want to be a billionaire, I got to help 1 billion people. If the money comes earlier, that's fine, that's cute, but we still got to do the work. We still got to help the people, because we don't want to be one hit wonder. We're going to be able to help people out. So I can only watch her.
I have a gift I want to give y'all if y'all want to receive it.
I'm going to make a reminder really quick to people in the chat. If people are saying weird things, don't Google it. Don't click on unknown links.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're not recommending it, don't click on it. How about that?
Correct.
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hex Dragon. Go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
Karim, like, he shared basically my definition of success beautifully. I love that. Doing what you want to do, when you want to do it, who you want to do it with, all that. So something I've discovered, so I'm going to consolidate all the personal development I have into 7 words for you. Or 9.
Boy, this should be good.
Yeah. So I have values and I have filters. So my values, and a value is kind of what guides me through life, how I'm going to make a decision. So my values are health, happiness, success, and wealth. So don't do anything that's going to compromise those values for yourself or others. And that's how you're going to manifest so much. In a lot of manifesting books, you'll hear happiness, success, and wealth. Like that is repeating those things. So like if you make decisions with that, you're going to head towards a life of abundance. 100%. Now, to get there, unless you want to go alone, you need to have really good filters, because some people hold us back, some people distract us, some people help us forward. So the filters that I use and I recommend everybody use are integrity, inspirational, and improving. So have people in your life who are always in integrity with you and others. Mm-hmm. People who inspire you, because that's going to make you try harder and to accomplish better things. And people who are improving, because if they're not improving, what are they doing really? Like, you are your ultimate project. Mm-hmm. So happiness, health, success, wealth, values, filters, integrity, inspiration, and improving. If you do that, you're gonna have an amazing life with amazing people in it, and it won't matter how much hex you have, you're gonna have abundance.
Yep, 100%. I gotta 100% agree, because that's kind of the changes that led me to hex. Interestingly enough, is just deciding that I needed to do more, needed to do better, and just taking action in accordance with that mind frame. And just that alone has brought me to this point in time where people think I'm famous or something, and I'm just some regular guy living where I was living at last week, you know. But that's not how people view me. That's not the perception of me, right? So in accordance with that, my reality is skewed versus everybody else's, right? So whenever I speak or ask for something, the world now kind of returns what I need in different ways, just because I live differently now with respect to the realization that the world has opened up for me because I did the things I needed to do to improve my situation by improving myself. It's not the other way around. And that's what I thought. That's what I thought for the longest time, but it's, you know, it's not the case. And the man is right. That's right, because that's what's led me to this point. That's why I'm now ready to be wealthy. I'm not going to suffer from the sudden wealth syndrome, because every time I did attain that sudden wealth before, it quickly disappeared. Right. And I think all of us have probably suffered that at one point or another, because that's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. But that's how we learn. So that's why we can't be too mad. You know, we got to take it as it comes.
Amen. Because ultimately, it's an inside job, right?
Yeah.
You have to be able to be
it is
happy,
an inside
successful.
job.
It really is from within, right? So the wealth and abundance comes in. I always say this all the time. You become first in your mind and in your spirit and how you believe it, and then it comes to you. Whether it is the position, the wealth, the this, the that, you have to become that person from within first, and then the results comes later. That's why you can see very highly successful people, whatever it might be. They're not cocky when they reach it. They're like, I always knew I'd be there because I've happy. Embodied that person for many, many years. So by the time I get it, it's like it's almost expected. But this is how the true power of attraction works and how those things goes, because you have to embody the attitude, the feeling, the energy. So then when it comes and the results comes in, it's just like I've been doing exactly just another day. I've been doing that. And you get to see how to not fall for the pitfalls. And you also know what to look for, the red flags, the things that's going to come along your way to trying to sway you, right? It's not the ugliest thing you see. Sometimes the best distraction. I said with Maddie, 2 days ago, it's the most prettiest thing that you think, oh, this, that. But then if you're not careful, if you can't see the lines and the red lines or the signals, you might go the wrong way. So always stay true, always have that integrity. And then, you'll find the happiness, right? My definition is very similar to that. It's just the one thing I add is love, right? Health, wealth, love, and happiness, right? I put in that order because it goes back to my story and how I grew up. And then the number one gratitude thing when you broke is your health. You got your 2 arms, your 2 legs. Be grateful about that, because some people don't even have that. Abundant mindset, right? 101. From the health and trying to be healthy, trying to exercise, eat well the best you can. I know there's junk foods everywhere, but at least take care of that. Don't take it for granted. That's your number one source of energy so you can do stuff. That's that sweat equity you're trying to deploy. You can't really deploy that if you're not healthy. If you don't eat well, if you don't exercise, you can't do some things. You can't do the long hours which are required to do
sweat equity is everything, right?
But that health
is accomplish something. Sweat equity is important.
Exactly. So you get that health first, and then from there you derive the next step with the health that you leverage from that. That's equity you use then to acquire the wealth. And then once you get the health, and then you get the wealth, maintain the both, then ideally you get the love, from the people, the loved one, the people you helped about, relationship, whatever it might be. And when you get all three, going back to, Ikigai, the meaning of life, then you can get the happiness, which actually is not a stage. It's more like the results of all three. When you're healthy, you're wealthy, and you got love and people that care for you, happiness is just literally the like equal sign of the equation. Yeah, you get 1, 2, 3 equal happiness. It just comes from it. So
100% agree, bro.
Amen.
I mean, this is funny, right? Because you saw a comment earlier in the chat that was highlighted, just like how the person that has recently found as they've been in crypto this whole time, however long it's been, more than 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is.
Yes.
And they've never, ever come across these kind of conversations. And the reason for that is because in those other environments, they're worried about money. Over here, we're not worried about anything. We're worried about success and each individual person finding that success, no matter what it is to them. That's what we're worried about over here. So even the frame of mind and the frame of approach and just everything that's happening is significantly different, because the whole vantage point is just entirely different. Right. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful
We
thing.
actually care here. It's not superficial, right?
Correct.
We don't want you to be a wandering generation. We want you to be a meaningful, specific, right?
Correct.
I read that in a book somewhere. It was just awesome. It's a powerful statement.
Yeah. It is great.
Actually give a fuck about people,
Well, it's more than that too, though. Like, I want to give a shout out to Richard Hart right now. Hex is a heart-centered project. It was designed to help humanity and to bring out the best of us. It's the best financial model I've ever imagined.
Even if it wasn't, it sure as hell is doing it.
Exactly. So
that's crazy, right?
It's so heart-centered. It's so beautiful, and bringing out good in other people, and that's why I love y'all, because you're helping to bring out the best in other hexagons, and this can become world-changing. Like, this is something, another unintended consequence of Hex, is we're helping to bring each other up, and it feels so good to help another person.
It does.
So,
it really does. As weird as it is, man. As weird as it is to be appreciated like this, it's nice that people are at least listening.
Nice. Yes. Dude, when I get that thank you message, man, it just, I don't know, the poor thing. I just feel so good. I was like,
it's fulfilling. It's fulfilling, man. It's really fulfilling.
It's more than the money. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but it's just so great. It's like, oh man, somebody took the time, pay attention, and boom. That's why we take so much time to do what we do. And like some of the things that we do, the math that we compute, like, people don't understand. Like, we spend a lot of hours. Like, this is live stream. You know what I mean? Like, we think seriously about what we're gonna say because we care so much. Like, we want to make sure, like, we don't make mistakes, even though it's a
and thing, this is in real time.
We're trying to minimize as much as possible. Like, hey, like I grew up and I saw things that my dad's like, dude, you can make mistakes. Like, people's lives on the line. You know what I mean? Even though it's, like, again, it's not financial advice, something like that. Everything we do, it's out of care.
It's with intention. That's the key. That's the key. Extra slow motion. I like that.
And we bring the receipts. We bring the receipts each and every time. Very important.
I got a screenshot of that.
That's a good one, man. That's a good one.
Hex is slow motion, hit a little. Facts. One at a time. Remember, you're monetizing time.
That's it.
Quote from the video, right? He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it.
Pays it.
All right. Let him trade or pays it.
I will buy someone a shirt with that logo on it. I just need a good Hex background for it. This quality shirt, I'm gonna give that to somebody, whoever comes over with that background, for real.
It's crazy, man. We're some lucky folks. Even if you're finding Hex now, you're extremely lucky, because you got to understand the crypto market is only 2 trillion, if that.
Facts.
For now.
So early, guys.
Shout out to my boy Far Out. Hope you're doing well.
Brother. What up, Far? He's always here on the stream. I see him many times. Shout out to you. Thanks for the comment. Appreciate you. But yeah, there's so much more wealth transfer that's waiting to happen. And just to do a little quick math here for fun, guys, and putting my little business hat for a second, like, more and more roadblocks being removed. Competition is inexistent.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. There was never any roadblocks, man. I let y'all know from day one there was never no roadblocks. Yes. They just fantasy. They was mirages. You see, everybody was living in the desert. We're the only ones that's been living in abundance.
The oasis,
bro. Yes. Yeah, we are the oasis, bro.
No, what I mean, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Let me rephrase. The word I was going to use is that the semblance of fake wake-ass competition, this company or that company yield this and that, they all got shut down. Like, Coinbase can't do.
But hold on. Are you working with? We need to talk, because I want to do a stream just on that, because people don't actually know what's going on.
It's crazy.
People don't know what's going on. The crypto space has been shrunk to 1.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So my point is, it goes back to that Jeff Bezos strategy. This is blue ocean. That's what I was trying to say. The number 2 and number 3, which is way below us, already got shut down. Coinbase can't do DeFi. Celsius is being because, again, they have counterparty risk. They have all this sort of stuff. Smart contract, non-custodian wallet, you can't touch us because we don't hold people's fund. So not only we're already the best yield out there, like Will said, living our own life, the beacon by itself, not even a competition, but now it's not even competition. It's dominant, and there's nobody else near that can even dare to step to us. So it's just abundance from here. It's just a matter of just outbound messaging, because a lot of people just don't know. Even when I was talking to the billionaire, like, he asked genuine question because he just didn't know. So how many of them do you think out there that don't know? But they're gonna find out. That's why I'm telling you guys, don't give away your Hex for cheap. Understand? Because this might be, and I say this with the utmost respect, some of you guys never built a business before. Like, understand what the money printer is doing for you. It really has the ability to change your life, but only if you respect it. If you leave it away, if you drop it, if you casually just sell it, you may never be able to build wealth at this speed ever in your life. Even me working my ass off, I've never built wealth at this speed. I mean, it doesn't make any
no
sense.
way.
I mean, it's
Nobody
years
has.
Nobody
It's the
has.
highest,
Exactly. It's like
the highest
it's
appreciating
like,
asset.
Ever.
it's the level of it starts by
Nobody
being like,
has.
okay, you get your
Yeah,
whole
ever.
salary in X amount of
Karim
time.
forgot
and
it's
then
early over there.
Alexander the Great of Europe did not acquire wealth as fast as Karim is right now.
How about that
Call it
for
what
a
it is.
statement? Damn.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Right?
It's so good. So
And I'm
good.
always doing that because I care. I'm right to the shot. All right, cool. But
So-
listen, I yell at people. It's funny when I yell at people, that's when the video goes viral. I said, this shit can fucking save your life. Somebody sent me the clip again. It's like Karim. When you
It's
yell at
funny,
me,
right?
you curse,
It's funny what they
that's when I
clip, right?
understood. Literally, he told me that's when I understood what you meant. And then I went to steak. I'm like, what? So when I talk nice, you don't listen. I have to yell at you, curse at you almost. I'm like, because I care so much. I'm like, I want you to be rich. Like, what is wrong with you? Well,
You got a lot of them. You got a lot of them to get them to be rich, bro. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
So
Oh
funny.
my goodness.
That's what it feels like sometimes, man.
Yeah.
That's honestly what it feels like
We
sometimes.
can all hang out together and be on the golden yacht in 2036, man. People laugh at us. What? It's going to happen. They're going to be like, we called this 50 years ago.
Matter of fact, I think before you joined, I was talking about my college buddies in the chat, right? And how there's like 3 of them that just don't get it, man. 2 hopped on. 3 just don't want to get it, man. And it's like there's only so much that you can do. Like you already, like you see us 3 talking about it in the chat, and we don't even talk in percentages, bro. We talking X's. These guys are talking about maybe 20% something and another. Like I don't even compute. That doesn't even register in my brain. 20%.
And
like,
they think they're in something safer.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Like, yo, that's a fee for me,
That's
man.
a rigged market. Okay, that's good. That's a good one. Your maximum lifetime returns is a fee for me.
Oh my God. That's a t-shirt right here. That's crazy. Watch out. Somebody might clip this. Wells, watch out.
Oh, that's a t-shirt, baby. That's mine. Y'all gonna have to give me that one. I'm keeping that one.
So good. Write it down in the chat. Oh my God.
Oh my God. That was funny.
Oh my God.
We fee harder than you lifetime ROI.
Oh my God. We're gonna have more haters after that.
Because do you understand the power in that statement? It's so crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
I only like to use stuff like that too, also to like, you know, when the traders talk shit and they come into us and, like, I do this, and I'm like, oh man. And
if anybody out there gets into any BS talk with one of your Wall Street friends, throw that one at them.
Throw that at them. This is the part where you cool, and then somebody throw that shit at you, you flip that kind mode switch.
That's
like,
it.
bro,
That's it.
What you fucking about? What you talking about, dude? That's my daily payout. What you talking about? Get the fuck out of here. Come back tomorrow. I get that money.
Oh man, we're gonna have some fun time, guys. So yo, we're gonna have like citadels all over the world and stuff. Like it's gonna happen. You guys should just be aware of that.
I agree.
Yeah,
I heard you guys talking about that.
Yeah, it's not a joke because we have to take care of ourselves, right? We have to take care of ourselves in more ways than one.
Security is important. Yeah.
Yeah, we need all kinds of so there's health security, which comes from mental security, right? You have to secure your mind before you can secure anything else.
Yep.
Right.
There's a biblical saying that says protect the doors of your mind, something like that. The guard doing it.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about it. That's the thing. It's so important that it happens in so many different facets. Like if you're not happy by yourself, nothing else is going to cut it. And this is what Hex Dragon was talking about earlier. This is what Karim was talking about earlier. And this is what we're talking about again. Yeah. And this is what we're talking about again. That's how important it is, right? That's how important it is. We always come back to it because if you're not right, it doesn't matter how much money you have. You have to get right. You have to be happy. You have to find your success and you have to find out what is that definition for you. Because money is not it. I'm gonna have to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah. Like I'm with Hex Dragon on this one. It's not money. That's not the definition of success. Maddie talks about this ad infinitum. Like This is base case information. You know, this is not the definition of
Even
money.
when I was talking with the billionaire guy, you know, very chilled down to a great dude, he will say the same thing because it's only so much. Because you gotta be happy with you first. If you can't even do that, no amount of
What
money is
else
gonna
are you
fix
gonna
that.
do? Yeah.
And then when you reach most of the stuff you always want to do, it's truly just number on the screen. The game has changed. It becomes how many lives have you impacted, touch.
Correct.
Like what are the charities you want to do, or all the big stuff that you heard about that you want to do when you were young that people told you is impossible, and then you go out there and you did it, and then if it's beneficial to the world, even better. So you get that gratitude. I mean, it becomes the silliest, most powerful thing. Like you get your name on the building after doing something powerful that helped so many lives, and you can leave a legacy or do something for your loved ones or pay somebody else's debt that you care about, or like inheritance or something you told your dad or your mom when you were young that you would do, and then people thought you were crazy, and then you fucking did it, and you send them a screenshot. Like the little things like that, because it's like, hey, I told you I'll do it, and I'm gonna do it. That powerful significance.
Karim, what happens when you achieve your dreams? What do you do?
Oh
next?
my God, man. Well, here's the thing, right?
Dream bigger.
That's
a good one.
I'm always updating because, like, if I was going back to the original dream, I'm already living my dream. This is why I told you I'm living in the surplus right now. That's why my attitude of gratitude is almost second to none. Nobody in the world, even if you're a trillionaire right now, you cannot be more happy than them. And everybody can see, even if I'm thousands of miles away, you can feel the energy. Because Maddie, I say that I wasn't supposed to be here, like because of all the adversity that I've been through. It's like it's almost like a cheat code. Like in a video game, you were supposed to be dead already. Like what this is an anomaly. How you even got here? So just I take that. I take the gratitude. I take from used to be nothing to what you are now. The people I'm able to help, the value I'm able to bring, the imposter syndromes went away. The wealth syndrome went away because I was able to get personal development. Now it's a matter of like, how many people can I bring up? How many people I can make experience what I'm experiencing? And then just collecting the friendship, collecting the thank yous, collecting the life-changing moments. So when people message me, be like, dude, if you're ever in this town, that country, holla at me. I got you. You can stay at my place. I'll buy you a drink, whatever. Those are the things that I collect now. That's my dream.
Isn't that great?
Which goes, I think it was 2 Quant gang ago. Somebody asked me, Karim, how do you see 2026? Remember that? Or 2024? I'm like, I see Hex in 200 plus countries. I see us doing meetup at least every quarter to every month in all of those different places, traveling the world, just meeting people, changing life, helping people be financially free. That's what I see. And make no mistake, 2036, we're having the party in the Golden Yacht. Funny enough, the billionaire guy, he got like couple yachts already. It's crazy. Triple deckers. He's revamping one right now with a fucking potential helipad.
He better get on before you get left behind. That's all I got to say.
We're going to see OG Hexicans like D'Artagnan 8 say that he loves COTG.
That's going to be the name of his first yacht.
And I'm just so grateful to be in the vicinity. He heard the way he talked, and then he see the same energy. He's like, dude, you're going to be there. And then it's like, when I go to meet up with him, once he goes back and I get to see, I'm a vision guy, right? When I used to knock on doors, one of the things that I love, people don't realize how powerful it is. Oh, you're knocking on doors, you're walking for, 6 hours a day. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I'm physically fit, but some people can't do that. You're on your feet for 8 hours a day. You walk almost literally 10 miles a day. It's crazy. But every now and then you get invited into people's house, big ass mansion. I'll never forget. I was 21 years old. Chandelier everywhere, pools. The guy is just cool. He's probably a little lonely, bored, and he's just giving me a tour. I didn't ask for nothing. I'm just, talking cable stuff. And then it's like, he giving me a tour. He's just happy because I'm just, good attitude. I said, wow, it's a cool place. He's just happy seeing me happy because it's like, he's probably lived there for so many years. It's like, yeah,
you're making his day and shit. He's tired of seeing it.
Marbles everywhere. And then he shows me a tool. We talked solo. He said, Karim, don't worry about it. The deal is already closed. You got it. But let me tell you how I did it, right? And I'm just sitting here taking notes. And the guy is just grateful that somebody just listened. Yeah. It's the most craziest shit you've ever seen in your life. People make crazy money. They're willing to tell you how they fucking did it for free. But all you got to do is show attitude of gratitude and just, shut up and listen and take notes. And I'm like, wow.
That's
listening
hard for some
with
people, though,
intensity. Man. So
That's
people,
hard for some people.
and I didn't understand until many years later. Well, like we're doing right now, and now I understand what the guy was saying, what he meant, because I get that same gratitude when I get the thank you message. Be like, dude, you changed my life. So today, somebody reached out to me. I even called him. He was with his dad. I was like, dude, like we talk about like potential retirement funds. So I was like, you know what? I'll make an exception. Give me a call, and we talked for like 30 minutes. Break it down. That was a numbers guy. Break down the math, explain everything. I got a nice thank you at the end. The guy's like, yo, if you ever come to, again, he's in Miami, holler at me, buy you a drink, whatever. I say, hey, cool, no problem. So that's what I collect now, man. That's the way I look at it.
Same deal, bro. Same deal over here. That's pretty much what I collect nowadays too. Thank yous and drinks and offers to hang out and just people being gracious, man. You can't beat that.
You can't. Facts. You can't. Because it adds to that purpose while we're here. You know what I mean? Because the bills are paid now. So it's like, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So now it becomes a second mission because you kind of also live indirectly through other people in a way. And when they get to their goal and they get so happy, you get happy because you helped a little bit. So it's just, I get it. Maybe it's not for everybody, but I get a kick out of that. So
I got a challenge for y'all and everybody watching. I think it's a good one. Onboard the most inspirational person you know, even if you've never spoken to them. Record it as a bonus.
That's a good tip.
No, that's a good one.
That's the challenge. Like I'm doing that.
That's a challenge, right? That's a challenge. You're right. Because I'm just gonna listen to you.
I'm gonna publicly say I'm gonna try and onboard Mark Shepard, who has anybody who knows anything about permaculture has heard of this guy. He's amazing. He invests everything he has for improving the world. And I've already got some of his team, and I'm going to get his entire team and him on in Hex. And I'm going to invite them. I've already invited them to the Hex conference too, so they're coming to that too, and hopefully we'll have a booth and talk to more people about that.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying extra tickets and then inviting people like that too.
Yeah, but I want to. One of the reasons I share this challenge with everybody is that I'm encouraging you to reach out to the people that inspire you and let them know that that you're inspired by them, and that this is a gift for them. And maybe even gift them some, but like introduce them really to this and let them be financially free so they can give even better. They can inspire even better because they're no longer held back from having to work for money. Also, you're freeing them to be even more amazing people in the world. So that's my strategy for onboarding, and it's so fun to do it that way.
Awesome. Yeah, that's one way to do it because I mean, this is gonna help everybody, even if they're already well off. That's the funny thing. It's just going to make them weller off, right? Because it works. It's not like it doesn't work. So I want to keep that in mind.
Yeah, take that. It's really cool. Everybody, I love you to death. I'm a little tired. It's almost 6 a.m. 5 more minutes. Anybody in the chat, if you have any question, please ask it now or forever hold your peace until the next episode. I need to be up in 3 hours. But I really wanted to be here tonight. No excuse. I love Quant Gang. I love people taking the time to be here. And I would never disrespect that show. I love it so much. So I always want to be here. But yeah, if you have any questions, anybody, please ask in the chat. Other than that, I will sign off soon because I need to go to. And it's not even sleeping; it's just taking a nap.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It really is. It's 6:21 right now.
Yeah, you pretty
I'm about to see the sun rise. Actually, fun fact, yeah, the sun is starting to rise.
Maybe next week I'll stream at 4 a.m.
Damn.
Right? Hold on. Can you see? No, hold on. I'm gonna do a little.
Here.
This is cool.
Karim, maybe next week I'll stream at 4 a.m. as well.
Look, no kidding. Look. I'm not bullshitting you. The sun is literally about to rise right now.
Nice view.
Nice view, yeah. When in downtown area, it's a really, really nice hotel. It's really cool.
Good stuff,
place never been. And yeah. Any questions? Came in the chat, maybe. Good night. Oh, thank you.
I got one more share for you while you're here then. I think I appreciate the story. So I got into digital currency in 96. You'd be like, what the hell, 96?
Yeah, it's been around that long.
I was buying and selling video game accounts for EverQuest. So I was selling digital currency in 96. And I was making about 10K. Well, in 2003, I was making about 10K a day selling digital currencies on games like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, and EverQuest.
Nice. Final Fantasy. I love that game.
Yeah, they were so fun, but that's when like I realized like, you know what, like currency is being made up everywhere, and it has value still. So crypto is a really easy transition. So if you have people who you know who have trouble understanding the digital currencies, like, they've been actually around for longer than Bitcoin, a lot longer, and people have been paying good money for those tokens with no guarantee, no blockchain. And I mentioned how I lost all my wealth. One of these times. Well, I didn't. So how I did was I was one of the top World of Warcraft account brokers in the world. And nice. I had all my money in PayPal. And then the reversals happened and my account got locked and I just watched my wealth go away. And then negative because I'm flipping stuff. I'm flipping accounts. So buy account for 200, sell for 1,000. Well, reversal. And oh my gosh.
That's rough, bro.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, I grew a lot from it. But the point is, like, again, digital currency, all this kind of stuff, people pay for crazy things.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
babies. Let's not forget. Yeah, let's not forget the babies.
Congratulations, Steven. I'm happy for you.
Oh wow! Congrats, man, on the birthday. Ain't that something?
Bang bang.
Turn up, man.
Read comments like that. It's awesome, man. Love it. That's gonna make me sleep better at night today. That's awesome. Well, I mean, taking a nap, sorry.
Taking a nap.
Plenty of energy, always for my people, always. Because I feed off your guys' energy too. So that's why it's awesome. And thanks for being here, Maddie. How many people we got right now live? Still, roughly.
370.
Bang bang! Look at this. 1+ from 369. Woo! See that? See that? That's karma right there. Bang, bang. So, yeah.
How about that?
Thanks for being here. I love you up to death. Mwah. I'll be back. Well, most likely next week's going to be something similar because I'm still going to be here.
Yeah,
but bang, bang. Thanks for being here. Do me one last favor, Hexican. Please share the video. Let's turn people into more wealthy mindset individuals, okay? Please. Let's build wealth. Let's share the love. The more people see this, the faster we get to our destination, and everybody step up the rank. Like I said before, all the ladders, I'm trying to move up the ladder up for everybody. So even if you're a turtle, whatever, like you can stay a turtle, but I'm gonna make you a millionaire turtle. Same thing with the crab. So, but we gotta share the love. You gotta do your part, and you gotta do the staking because I can't do that for you. So, you gotta be in the system if you're trying to get what your destination is. So. Thanks for being here as always. And I'm signing off. Going to sleep.
Peace out.
See you soon, Karim.
Always. Walls, pleasure. Hex Dragon, pleasure. Bye-bye.
Peace out, bro.
I have just received a testimonial that has been typed out, and I'm excited to share it. This is passed on from Rainmaker for real. Shout out to the Vegas team out there and everybody on the US road trip. T.me/US road trip and T.me/US road trip chat to find out more about the 46 locations where Abid and Patrick and all of you and all of us will be meeting up from time to time. And here's the testimonial. He says that Rainmaker says it came to him unsolicited. I thought I might like to read it. Here we go. The banking system has forever changed. There is a Nobel Prize winning code written on the blockchain for a certificate of deposit. It is a truly decentralized financial blockchain. I've been working in the fire service for over 30 years. As an officer, I have become efficient in problem solving and critical decision making. Unfortunately, when planning for my retirement, neither my financial nor my work experience allowed me to find a reasonable API. It just didn't seem reasonable to exist without an overabundance of risk. I inadvertently stumbled upon a YouTube video by ALLin explaining Hex and Pulse After listening to Maddie, it motivated me to do further research on Hex, reviewing the following sites: hex.com, hex.vision, hexdailystats.com, hexnoob.com, and hexcalc.net. It became obvious how well the compounding language code was written. This blockchain would provide both freedom and security. This APY is what the world has been waiting for, with its manageable risk and high return. The banking system will be forever changed when the financial world becomes familiarized with the code written on this blockchain. Myself, as well as many others, have been meticulously reviewing this new and innovative product. I challenge all that read this to do your own research. I sincerely believe you too will come to the same conclusion that this is the future of finance. T-Fire. Very cool.
Boom.
Nice.
I mean, it's important to kind of realize that that's basically what's going on here, because that's why Hexicans are going to be the wealthiest people on the planet. Like, we're going to need our own financial infrastructure to the point that it's actually being built. So it's important people actually understand that. There's always a lot going on behind the scenes that you're not always going to see, but understand that some of these statements are real. And there's always something going on to help ourselves, because as always, we have to build everything ourselves, because it's just how we roll.
I love.
I was just going to say, if you have any ideas, write them down, because you're going to be able to implement them one day. Something to really seriously think about, because I'm already taking action in that regard myself. So everybody should do the same, because that's the point of all of this, right? Be your best self every day if you can. So do it.
Yeah. May I build on what you're saying?
Sure, man. I was done. Knock yourself out.
So, like, one thing we know, Richard's building a walled garden, and
that's a nice way of putting it.
But I'm helping, and most of the people I'm working with almost 24 Hexicans here who I've onboarded. We are working on building a network of regenerative farms around the world where communities can exist and training centers can exist, and all these will have personal development and other stuff that we need to help upgrade ourselves and other people. And this can be open to, like, if more Hexicans get involved, it'll be open to more and more people. This can become a new way of living. And so we can work and use Hex among the community, but also all the people we see here who are Hex's lives are being improved, we're going to be around these people. We're going to be around each other more. So think about how you might use your Hex to not just benefit you, but benefit this community that we are co-creating right now. And that's super exciting, because if wealth is what you have access to, not what you own, instead of each of us having a Lambo, for example, maybe we have one that we just take turns sharing, like it costs a third as much. But when you have a community that starts sharing more and more of their wealth, it multiplies it even further. So instead of just getting crazy APY, being a Hexican is naturally going to lead you to other people who are willing to share their wealth with you. So you could think about how you might want to contribute to the Hexican community in physical ways. I mean, Maddie ALLin has been super inspirational for that, spending his own money on promoting Hex, and that's helping all of us. So if more people look to these awesome people right here, like it's just like such a great future. Like, how can you contribute to this great future that we're all co-creating?
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great way of putting it, co-creating, because nobody's doing anything themselves here, right? Like, if Maddie, okay, so check this out. If Maddie didn't put together that conference, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to not attend. But not only did he choose to make the conference or put it together or assist in putting it together, but we also chose in attending, right? Whether it was a virtual one or in person, right? Everybody has to make the decision to participate. It doesn't just happen by itself. So it's a co-creative situation, right? Where if we all don't put in our 2 cents, then we all don't matter.
And by the way, that conference is what sold me on Hex. I got in November. That conference it was
the
so
virtual
cool.
one, right? The virtual one, right? Yeah, me too.
I saw the potential for community. I realized there was support behind Hex because it wasn't just like every other coin. This community is what is ultimately going to make Hex more successful than any other token out there. And that is the value that traders don't see on a screen. They don't get it.
Nope. Can't buy that.
Yeah.
You can't buy that.
No, so I want to again say, like, Maddie, like, you directly accelerated my investments, which have paid off so greatly.
100%.
So Farmer John got me in, but Maddie ALLin,
see that? That's alpha that you can't quantify.
And all it is, right, is it's just paying it forward, right? Because
100%.
you know, because I learned from Richard, I learned from Discourse Syndicate, Hexologist, and everybody else in the community, right? And that's what we get, is this synergy and collaboration. Cross promotion is my favorite strategy because it's a win-win strategy.
100%. I'm everywhere, literally.
You are.
Literally. And it's not because I choose to be, it's because I'm requested. So if I'm requested, why would I say no? Clearly there's demand somewhere. So why would the demand not be fulfilled, right?
Superheroes. These are superheroes.
Right, whatever. Yeah, I mean, people want to hear me yap. Hey, I can yap. That's easy. Right? As long as it's what people want to hear and I'm not spitting out nonsense, then that's fine. Right? And that's all we can ask for, is for valuable information. And that's all we try to talk about, because whether it's self-improvement or financial empowerment, they're all one and the same, because it requires one to achieve the other. There is no shortcuts in life. There just isn't. The shortcut in life is understanding that there is no shortcuts in life. Honestly, that's a fact, because the sooner you realize that, the sooner you actually progress and work harder than you did yesterday to be better today, because that's really the best way, right?
But don't forget that while there might not be shortcuts, you don't know where you're going, you're never going to get there either.
Correct. So
you got a destination in mind and you know where you are, you can go there. Whoops, no, I couldn't do that. You can get there pretty easily. But when you're following somebody else's roadmap for, like, oh, go to college or finish high school, go to college, get this job, work really hard, like, that's their plan to get to where they wanted to go. That's never going to get you to where you want to go.
Correct.
So you got to throw out all these plans and figure out where is it you want to go in your life, and then try and get there. And if you don't know how to get there, ask people who are there for directions.
100%. 100%. I mean, it's funny, right? Because you kind of think that a lot of these people just kind of got to where they're at. A lot of people that are up there, you know, they don't get up there magically by themselves, you know. It requires knowing people, not being afraid to reach out, being open to opportunities, and not just saying no all the time. I used to be that kind of person that would just say no all the time. And now that I'm no longer that person, man, things just land on my lap. It's the craziest thing.
Yes feels so good.
Yeah, it's the craziest thing, because we're just so used to staying in our little box where we're just comfortable doing nothing, not getting out of our comfort zone. And the funny thing that people don't realize is that the comfort zone, it's very small. So you think doing the littlest thing is stepping outside your comfort zone, but even if it is, you better do it, because every little step you take outside of that box is just going to make you that much better, because you're going to end up considering doing things that you wouldn't have never even considered, just because you can. And why not? Right? The best phrase that I've learned to use is why not?
Why not?
Why not? Right? Life has changed a lot. I went to Vegas because I said why not? And ever since then, everything's just gone out of control. So the best words that I've used in my life lately are why not? So something to think about. Yeah. Something to think about. It's crazy, man. Because it's crazy because it's true. Right? Because we're talking about doing the opposite of what people typically do, but in a different way, because it's about being integral, right? It's not about just making money. This is a little different. We're talking about being good people, taking action, helping others. In fact, when I was streaming this morning on Wake Up Hex, There was a guy, Duke for Booze, I think is his name. I don't remember his name exactly. I'm sorry, but I follow him on Twitter, so I just gotta look it up. Excuse me. But he made this comment where in the Hex community, millionaires make millionaires without exploiting others. That's powerful because it's true. It's very true. In this community, in this community, millionaires are trying to make millionaires without exploiting them. That's what Richard Hart did with us.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a millionaire yet, but I'm pretty much all the way there. Not many steps left to get there, and there's a lot of people that are already retiring. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know if I agree with retiring. I love that you're working hard also, but like when people ask
retiring in the sense that you're doing what you want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's really retiring. We're gonna retire the definition of retiring. How about that?
Thank you. Yeah,
because I don't agree with it either.
That was a really good definition. So we repeat it, please.
Retiring is doing what you actually want to do with your life.
Yeah. Sounds like success in love too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Retiring is success.
I'm retiring from, trading my hours for a set amount of dollars.
There you go. There you go. That's a great way of putting it too. Because that's basically what we're all opting to do. One way or the other.
I totally just lost my train of thought.
With that
comment. What were we just talking about? It was so good.
Retiring. Because you said, because I just basically said we need to retire the definition of retirement.
Right.
And then before that, what I said was that retiring is the same as doing what you want to do with your life. You know, what is it that you would do if you didn't have to make money doing it?
So I remember now. Yes, I love that definition of retiring. And you were talking about how we're helping our friends and stuff. And when people ask me what I do now for work, I say I make my friends millionaires, and I make millionaires. Yeah. And that's what I'm doing is I'm bringing up all my friends with me. I'm bringing out all the people who I would love to see rich in the world. And like just saying that, it feels so good. So yeah, I'm making good people millionaires, friends millionaires, and maybe I'll incorporate retiring, but I don't know.
I mean, that's why I don't really take the word retiring seriously, man. It's like how do you actually just do nothing? I don't. Like maybe you could take some time off, but come on, that can't last. Yeah, that just doesn't last, man. That's
people are drawn to purpose, right? And to narratives, right? Like you can have a narrative therapy of your life when you're recounting your life story, and right, like people like to know where they're headed, as you guys have been saying, and so it does it makes you think. Whenever you reach maybe your goal or your dream, right? Now you have to dream bigger.
You do. It's funny because I found myself confronted with that situation recently. And you're never ready for it, but it's gonna come. And you just have to learn how to deal with it. And you just gotta make yourself better every day for it, because now more is gonna be expected of you. Period. And you got to be ready for it. And that's life. A lot of the things that we've all gone through in our lives have been because of this precise moment right here. Finding Hex, being able to have the tools and resources that we need to achieve the goals that we actually have had for a long time. It's just simply time. And we can't let it slip. It's that hourglass scenario is very, very real. And I plan to never let the glass go. I'm always going to hold on. I mean, you talk about glue on these hands. I'm literally looking for ways to never, ever have to sell Hex. Never.
And I'm willing to bet that mindset has helped you unlock a lot of other wealth streams into your life.
Oh, man, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And you hear it, you don't believe it, but it's real. You just have to find your value add proposition. You have to find where it is that you add value. That's all. Mm-hmm. That's all. And it sounds difficult, but trust me, it's not. I've literally been doing this same thing, making charts for 10 years, and nobody's giving a rat's ass. Nobody's giving a rat's ass. Yeah, nobody's giving a rat's ass, bro. And here I am making charts, and everybody's watching. So there you go.
So good.
Well, that's definitely something that this community does for me. Is it gives me access to a bunch of other smart people who know what I'm talking about. Sometimes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And
sometimes
it's
enough.
Like, yeah. And it, I still remember when I met the first person who knew about Bitcoin in real life.
There you go.
It was like, talking to this person for hours and hours. And so it's no wonder that, the community is so awesome and everybody is,
loving it,
so excited to share their discourse.
I mean, I want to point out for the viewers, for both of you. So you have a guy who makes charts and he gets paid to do it, but nobody appreciated it. But then when he has people who appreciate it, he does it for free. And we have another guy who helps with mental health. And so these are both people who have passions. And now that they're financially free, they're giving away. They've been helping more people, and they're having a bigger impact because they're doing it how they want to do it. So that's huge. So that's so good, and that's why you guys are like magnets, because you are living from purpose, and you're not motivated by money right now. Everything we're sharing is from the heart, and that's what makes these streams so good, because these are heart-centered streams. We're sharing because we love the response we get and help others.
Interestingly enough, none of the streams are ever scripted, right? None of them scripted. I don't think yours are even scripted, right? I don't think none of your streams. Yeah, doesn't even make sense. And I think that's why that hexagon quality material is so well known. I mean, just think about it. You've been doing what you're doing for a long time. Matty's been doing what he's doing for a long time. I've been doing what I'm doing for a long time, and now we've found the ability to create an audience, right? To give yourself the ability to be able to be heard. And even if you don't realize that's what you're doing, that's what happened. Because I didn't realize that's what happened, but that's what happened.
Yeah.
Because who cares about some charts? But these charts are telling a story that is very important to a lot of people. And that's the power in the charts. That's it.
Dude, this is also history. Like, you're documenting history as it's happening.
Right.
And it's going to be so wild to for all the nerds out there who want to see kind of how Hex transformed the world, what the charts looked like along the way. That'd be a cool, I'm really nerdy, so I'd be into that book. If there was a graph, like a picture book, but a graph and then a story and a graph and a story all the way. It'd be good.
Yeah, well, it's probably going to happen at some point because people are making movies about Hex, and you can't stop it.
Yeah.
Will we see T-shares used as collateral against bonds that can be sold by the owner and also used for loans one day? Asks Chris Hall. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I say one day, yes, even if right now we cannot. It's just gotta happen.
I hope so soon. I have some Hex I want to borrow some money on. So
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, go ahead, man. What up, D'Artagnan?
Oh, no. I was just gonna say, can you guys hear me correctly? Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah.
Pretty loud.
Okay, I just wanted to say, shout outs to Hex Day 407 and Dudley and all my Hexkins out there. I love you guys to death. Not for nothing. WhalesOnly, I was just always been curious because you're very intellectual, knowledgeable. You are a man of your conviction. You stand by what you stand for, and I always admire that. Where did you get your drive to run into finance and run into digits? Because math has always been my weakest subject. I love social studies. I love learning where I come from, where we originated from. But for you always ran into numbers. What drove you to run into finance, numbers, charts, understanding trends? What made you get into that? I just want to understand your story because I was always curious. Please.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't know, man. I think it was just not understanding what the hell was going on and trying to figure it out. Honestly, it really drove me to math because nothing was making sense, and I just kept looking and looking and looking. And one day, I don't know, I just saw something in some numbers, and that was just the end of it. And it just never stopped from there. It just kept happening over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and I just never stopped looking at stuff like that. And then the next thing you know, I don't know any math or algebra, and then the next thing you know, I have a math degree. So shit happens.
So for you, math is something that's second nature to you. It's not something that you struggle with.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I used to struggle with it because I think if you don't use it, you're not gonna be good at it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like working out or running. If you don't do it, you're gonna be weak in that area. That's what I think it is. I think everybody's capable. I just think most people don't make the effort because I used to suck at math. I used to not be good at math. At least I used to think I wasn't, but apparently I am. I just think you just gotta find how you learn the material. That's what I think it is because I'm not good at science stuff like life sciences. I'm not good at life sciences. I'm good at quantitative sciences. And that's only because I've never put the effort to really figure out how to learn that stuff because I don't care enough. But I know that. But there is certain stuff that I do know because of the type of material that it is, even if it is from the life sciences. You see? So it just depends. You got to just figure out how your brain works, honestly. And I know for me, numbers is just easier. And I just didn't find that out until I was old already. That's all. So, when I didn't learn math until I was 23, 24, 25. I don't even know. I was old already. I was, I was 25. Yeah, bro. I was 25, 26. Yeah, actually. Now that I'm doing the math, yeah. And I didn't get good at it until I was like 28 because it takes time. It takes time. Now I can
Maddie, thank you so much
for Go ahead, bro.
Maddie, thank you so much for putting me on the stream too. I really appreciate that. You're a very humble,
pleasure.
Beautiful dude, and you're so down to earth, and you reach out to the people
for the community as well.
Yeah, man.
What
Telegram
what the fuck do I do? I don't do much. You do more. You do more.
I can't do those Telegram chats, bro. So I salute you.
Yeah, you're here now.
I love you guys. No, but let me go back to WhalesOnly. Okay, so you were never always into math, but math was never a challenge. But do you get entertainment?
It was a challenge. Don't act. No, I wasn't no brainiac. I was a regular person that couldn't do math, bro. Like in high school, I didn't learn nothing. I had to teach myself from basics. Like make sure I knew how to add and subtract basics. Yes, like 4 digits and shit. Like, yeah, I had to teach myself the basics because I was not good at it at all. So
let me ask you something. Okay. Because if you don't mind me, so obviously it's not. No. I mean, I'm just trying to understand your passion into these charts. What drove you to be comfortable and actually find pleasure to doing numbers, calculate, trends, charts?
Yeah.
Like what drove you to that?
Why?
Because you wasn't always good at math. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get at. If you could answer that would be great.
Yeah, it was just my interest, man. Just being interested in markets, really. When you're interested in something and you take it seriously, because I always took it serious, even though I wasn't good at it. I wasn't always good at it, but once I started realizing I was, and I was able to really see things my own way, that's what gave me the confidence to continue because I didn't have anybody to teach me. That's why everything is taking me forever to accomplish or achieve or whatever, right? Because when you don't have a mentor or you don't have the ability to pay or whatever the case is, it takes time. It takes effort. It takes, economic mass, economic effort, whatever the case is, right? It just is going to take it, right? Just like it takes time for Bitcoin to go up and it takes time for Hex to go up. It takes time for you to acquire a skill. And I think the average number of hours is 10,000 hours or something like that. And if you put that in annual terms, I think it's 2,000 hours a year if you're working 40 hours a week on something, right? Not including 2 weeks.
Malcolm Gladwell is a popular psychology writer who coined the 10,000 hour rule, which, says that in order to become an expert, you need a combination of luck and timing and putting in the sweat equity, right? And so
that's right.
10,000 hours is the magical number that was traced to a lot of outliers, such as the Beatles and Bill Gates and everybody else.
A little bit more than that number, though. That number is for mastery, but it's only at like, I think it's like 40 hours or something to like become good at something basic. Like we can become good really quickly, but if I'm master, it takes way longer.
Yeah.
And
that's important, right? Because that at least sets you up.
Yeah.
And that can happen pretty quickly.
Hit on that, I want to reiterate because it's so important, is if you're interested in something, you will be a natural genius at it. If you're not interested, you're going to suck. So if
that's
you
a good
find
point.
out that you are, like, if you are interested in hex, you're going to find that you're going to get good at math pretty quickly because you want to understand it. That's true for anything. So if you're not interested in it, don't waste your time, or find something that does interest you about it. So
correct.
That's the secret to being a genius.
We've got an important question here.
Go ahead.
Before we lose it, Craig is asking with a $5 super chat. Important question though. Hex the movie. Who plays Whales?
That's
Dwayne
funny.
Johnson or Vin Diesel?
I don't know like none of them dudes. So none.
You're stupid.
I might sound like them, but I don't look like them. That's for sure.
WhalesOnly, I have to ask you, at what price point, and also how the fuck you found out about Hex, and also if I may add, how did you work out the numbers? Because of course, if we were the doggy shitcoin, you worked out the numbers and said this shit's gonna fail, but you worked out the numbers for Hex. You were like, hold on, this shit is going to prosper, is going to be a forever up to the right type of thing. So, at what price point? How did you find out about us? And also, how did you stick to your conviction that this thing is just gonna be up into the right forever? Please.
It's funny because so I used to talk to this dude on Discord before I ever even thought of hopping on Twitter about Hex. And I would see all the FUD on Discord about Hex, and I'd be like, yo, what in the hell is wrong with everybody? Why are these people so stupid? Because to me, it was obvious. It's been obvious from day one to me what's going on with Hex, because it's always just been math, right? And the thing about it is when you listen to what everybody is saying and you know how to do math in your head and you understand rates of change, because that's the key. The key is understanding the rates of change. And when you understand rates of change and people are saying things are moving a certain way and you see that in the motion, then it becomes obvious. And the only thing that I didn't see that is the reason that I'm the person doing it, or at least was at that time, because now we got a whole bunch of people doing charting and charts and all kinds of shit for X. It's not just me anymore. Is that we weren't seeing what the data was saying. Right. And we all put up different charts. Like Geraldo doesn't do the kind of charts that I do. I do different kinds of charts. Right. So we even have different kinds of charting, which is great because we have diversity in data and how it's presented. So it's like no matter how you look at Hex, right, it's official no matter what. Like the data is always pointing to what's real. Right. And that's what's critical here, because when you're trying to make an investment, you know, and this is what I've learned working on Wall Street and trading my own portfolio, right? And trading and all this stuff, is that when you're making an investment, you have to ensure that you try to find the best way to at least get your money back, right? And that's finding in something that pays a yield most of the time. So the hardest thing to do is find that yield, because it doesn't really exist in Wall Street like it does here. right? Like you can't just find 30% a year over year, and you're good. Like that requires some serious work. Serious work. So once you will find something like that, and you can
WhalesOnly.
verify, yeah.
I'm sorry, my brother. I'm sorry to interrupt
Good.
your flow. I know I asked you a question, but when you were before Hex, what was your moneymaker? What were you into to yield you returns? And what made you say, you know what, this shit is not working out? I need to jump in Hex. Like,
Yeah,
what
no, I
were you
was.
into before,
That's
and
a
what
good
made you
question.
pivot?
That's a good question because that's important, right? Because a lot of people here probably watching now don't just hold Hex; they probably hold other stuff. So it's a good question because what I used to do is I used to trade futures, right? So I used to trade like Wall Street products, and um, and that's how a lot of people try to make money to try to get out the rat race. But the problem there is that there's a cost of doing business there, and the returns don't really compensate that cost, right? And like, for example, you got to pay in a lot of cases $100 a year, $200 a year just to access data. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it ain't free, homie.
Fuck
That's right.
them.
So yeah, so
Fuck them.
it's
You go to Hex.vision, and that's just for free. You go to
right.
Hex.vision, and that website is 100% for free. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
you know that.
exactly.
You know that. I'm not telling you something
But
you don't
that's the
know.
point, though, right? But that's the point. You're coming over here, and this data is just floating out there, and people just are not finding it, man, because they're hiding it. Because they're hiding it, they're hiding it. But the people that find it are the people that know better than to just take what is being shown at face value. You just can't have it. You just can't have it. And that's it. That's why you have to really, really sit there and take into account what is the data showing. Because when you look at these other coins, they don't even have data to show anything. They don't. So what are you actually looking at? Nothing. You're just looking at what some clown is saying might happen. That's not going to really pay the bills. But here we have something that's consistent, providing value day in, day out. That's something that can be quantified. It's showing, and that's what I'm showing you. You can see the returns. You can see what the returns mean. You can see all this data and what it's saying. And this data, I mean, is broken down exactly what Hex is doing. And having an opinion about that isn't going to tell you that. Only the data is going to tell you that. And that's why I don't dabble in opinions when I talk about Hex. What does that do for me? It does nothing.
WhalesOnly, not nothing. But it was easy. It was easy for me to onboard a trader, a day trader. The motherfucker trades Bitcoin during the day and whatnot. It was easy for me to onboard him. You know how I did it? I told him, yo, dude, in Hex, you got Hex.vision. You can see who bought, who sold, who has stakes open, and who's going to end stake. And you can trade around their stakes when they're about to end. And I told them there's no other instrument or asset where you can actually trade around them, where you have a data on what the fuck their behavior or what the fuck they're gonna do. And I told them, Hex.vision, you could predict what the fuck they're gonna do. And I told them, yo, dude, since you're a trader, you could actually like trade around them, have fun with that shit. But still, I wouldn't advise you to that. I would advise you to buy a T-shirt. And he asked me, he was like, yo, how much is a T-shirt? He's a Dominican from Long Island. And I told him, yo, a T-shirt is $9,000. And he said, yo, why am I gonna buy something that's so expensive? And I told him, a T-shirt used to cost 60 cents, and it went to $9,000 in under 2 years. I can guarantee you that T-shirt is going to cost more than a Bitcoin in less than 2 years from now. From today, 2 years later, is the T-shirt price is going to cost more than a Bitcoin, and it's just now that he's given me the respect and understanding and investing, but he's not really like thank you, you know, because some people they just don't want. Some people don't want to concede, and that's okay. That's fine with me. And I care about you because I want the best for you. But if you don't want to concede,
but you gotta understand, bro. People aren't gonna look at it like that because they don't understand something like that exists. You know what I mean? They don't understand they're gonna put their money into a money printer. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you don't stake Hex, you're still gonna get paid. You're still gonna make money. All you gotta do is sit there and wait. And that thing is still going to give you a 100% return. All you got to do is sit there and wait. That's it. Just wait. Wait 30 days. Wait 45 days. You're going to get it. It's going to give it to you. Just like DMX. It's going to give it to you.
I told him that you're going to get paid from this. I told him this shit. You're going to get paid. And it just didn't click with him. But whatever. Hopefully now it clicked with him. But it is what it is. I told people on my Instagram when Victor Hart spoke about the big payday, and he said that this feels like Bitcoin when it first came out. And nobody on my Instagram gave me a like, a comment, a DM. Nobody, not one soul. No.
But that's what you want. You want to know something, dude? That's what you want. You want to know what that tells you? That tells you that you're that early, bro. That's what that tells you. You're still early, bro. We are so early that you should still be buying. You should still be buying like it's 2020, bro. Straight up. I am.
Let me tell you something. After when I get 2023 is my retirement date. 2023 I'm gonna retire. After they see the jet ski, the car, the travel, the food. After that, you know how a lot of people get. They're like, ¿y cómo te voy a decir? Ese pendejo se hizo rico. I'm gonna tell him, yo, fuck you. I already told you how to do it. You ain't want to listen to me. And then that's when they come out of the woodwork and they're gonna say, yo, can you lend me something? Nah. Fuck. Yo, WhalesOnly, look at me. Fuck you,
but that's how it works. That's how it works.
I ain't giving you shit. Because I already told you how to do it and you didn't want to listen. Now you want to take advantage after the greatness was done.
But you know what? That's part of that sudden wealth syndrome too, bro. So you gotta be careful. Because that's part of that sudden wealth syndrome, because that'll get you mad and then I get you frustrated. Because people are gonna be attacking you and they're gonna be personal friends and stuff, and that's gonna make you frustrated. And you're not gonna understand why, because you just tried to help them and they didn't even want to listen to you. And now they just want a handout. And now they're mad at you. And you didn't even do anything. You know? So you gotta be careful with that too, bro.
I like what you said a few streams ago. You said, guys, stop showing off your wallets. Stop showing off your staker app. Because you're putting a target on your back. And I like what you said because you know who the first ones to hurt you? Your family. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, everybody that's listening to me right now, I'm sorry to inform you, but the number one people who are going to hurt you are friends and family. They're not strangers. They're not people from the streets. They're friends and family, because they already defeated your mechanism to say no. When you see a bum in the street or when you're about to make a left turn at a light and they have a sign and shit, you easily say no. But now, since they're close to you, they find a way to get to your heart, and it's almost like, okay, I won them over. Now let me get as much as I can from them. That's the same thing the family does to you. And let me tell you, it's okay. It's okay to say no. Say no to your family, and don't tell them what you're worth. Don't tell them what you hold, because you're going to create enemies. I'm sorry to say this, but if you're rich on paper, Tell them you're broke.
100%.
Tell them you're fucking broke, or else they're going to go after your fucking neck, and they're gonna squeeze you for everything you're worth. I swear to fucking God. And that's me saying that out of experience.
So, yeah, D'Artagnan, thank you so much. You're raising these important topics, and I'd love to do an episode of Hex Therapy with you sometime to talk about, what you've learned in your, observations in your life from exactly what you're saying, whether you're calling it sudden wealth syndrome or just how it is, right? To basically have to deal with keeping it a secret or not telling how much you're worth. And then,
I love you, Maddie. Maddie, you're a beautiful person. So I love you.
We're gonna get into these charts.
I love you.
So thanks for you two guys coming on tonight, and hopefully we'll get a chance to stream with you again soon.
Yeah, man, it was a pleasure, guys.
Maddie, I love you.
Much love.
Oh,
nah, not you.
Maddie, I love
Hex
you.
Dragon. Not you, man. Hex Dragon.
Much love.
Maddie, I love you. I love you. I love you.
All right,
don't treat me like a stranger. You know I'm the
Tell
number
out
one
with
fan.
that love,
I love
man.
you.
Thank you.
I love you. I fucking
have a good one.
Love you, mother effer. I love you. Mwah.
All right, peace out.
Oh man, we got some clowns, bro.
We got a lot of love in the Hex community.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Here's from Hex19. Thank you for the super chat, saying he just got back from Napa, California. A pre-meetup with Patrick, Hex Lion, Abit, Casey, Ben, Rainmaker. Come to the event tomorrow night at Napa Valley College. Awesome.
For sure.
Thank you for the $20 super chat. And
yeah, for sure. Make sure you make it out there if you're in the area and you want to meet some real live Hexagons, man, because they're out there. We're out here. We are out here. I'm going to be in Boston. I'm going to be in New York, and I'm going to be in the DC meetup. So you want to meet me, that's where I'll be.
Boom.
Boom. We're real life. No robots here. Check us out. Check us out. Check us out. Yeah. Vegas, too, man. Vegas going to be lit.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it's going to be a nice time. We're going to be living some good. Man, look, shit. It's going to be a nice time. That's all you need to know. If it's even half as good as it was last year, just half as good, because it's going to be a much bigger scenario.
Yes.
Right? So it should be exactly. So if you're scaling up the quality, then the quality should be scaled up. So if it's even half as good, it's going to be better. Right?
Yeah. And that's, I mean, we did a lot with, what was it, $69 tickets in the summer?
Yeah, hell yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, we are, doing a $369 ticket this time, but it is, going towards the conference center space, the full staff, the lunches. Everything. It's going towards the concert and the stage and just all the stuff. So we'll see what the FOMO is for the tickets, but as you and Freddie have well represented on other streams, I appreciate that. Not every Hex millionaire is going to be able to get a ticket.
Yeah.
Even if we double the capacity, and
there's not enough space.
Because Hex isn't going to wait to stop making millionaires so we can have a smaller conference.
Right.
The truth. So.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's important because you're gonna if you've never been around real life Hexagons and you really want to know if this is the real deal, that's how you're gonna find out, is by showing up in person and meeting us, because nobody here is hiding. So come find out. Your mind will change instantly. Changed everybody's here, and everybody's on Twitter already. So you already know.
Hexticket.com t.me/Hex conference.
Boom. Ticket. And then conference. Get it right. All right, so let's get into these charts, folks.
You can also send people to hexconference.com, and it's got a link right there to Hex Ticket. So
there you go. Got them all interchangeably connected.
Yes.
Can't miss. We're gonna catch you no matter which way you go.
That's right.
Just like this bid that Hex always has. Permanent.
Yes.
No matter who sells what, we're going to catch that shit and we're going to buy and we're going to stake that. And you're just going to be mad at the chart later because you just didn't think. I mean, just like that guy that sold. I mean, look, I'm going to tell you what. Shout out to that guy that made that dip because it's hard to come by them nowadays. Let's be honest. It's hard.
You talking about from today?
Is it today? No, the guy that sold all the millions of Hex yesterday. Last night. Yeah. Remember when the 10 million with the 10 Hex payout per t-shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah. That we got a dump yesterday because of that. So, I mean, I don't know. You know, I wasn't really paying attention exactly who did what. I wasn't really paying attention. All I know is had a big Mercy at stake and there was some big sales. And that dip is gone. So, that's all I do know.
Yeah. I mean, should we teach people how to use limit orders? Or...
I'm not, let's talk about that. I don't think that, no, check this crazy theory out. This is a crazy theory because it's counterintuitive.
I'm so ready.
My thinking is that maybe people are giving us these dips because they know how hard it is to get one in Hex. Because this is a person of a sizable dollar value. I don't think they're moronic.
But I think it's the hourglass game. I think
but you get what I mean? Like I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. This is just an alternate theory. It's just something to consider. Sure, I don't think it's anything that really holds much weight, but I think it's interesting to discuss.
Yeah, totally.
Right? Because it's something to really put in a box, I think.
Because it's the same thing actually in the end too. Right? Like the person who is selling because they don't understand the value of Hex is going to sell to the person who does or wants to understand Hex. And then that person is going to start benefiting from it. Right?
Yeah. But what if that individual is looking
intentional?
Right. What if they're doing it intentionally? Like that's a badge of honor, so to speak, or it's going to become one. Because think about it. How difficult, like, look, we only got a dip of 35 cents, bro. That wasn't a dip. We went from 50 cents to 35. That's just a 15 cent move. That's not really that big. Percentage wise, yeah, okay, it's like 20% or so, but come on. The rest of the market moves way more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's totally possible, right? Because there are so many checks and balances
in the system. Yeah. I mean, it's weird to think about that somebody would be so kind, right? It's almost unfathomable. Doesn't really make sense. Why would anybody do it? But
well,
we can afford to do it. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Think about the automated. Think about the people providing liquidity. They're getting a worse deal.
Correct.
They're selling Hex, essentially, right?
Correct. They're giving up Hex. They're giving up gains. They're giving up yields.
Yeah, if they think the price of Hex is going to go higher, then they're losing out by letting other people come and buy it.
Yeah.
And people are coming and buying it.
They are.
And as the liquidity goes down, remember, people, we're going to get more volatility, which is a feature, not a bug. Volatility is one extra way that people who are impatient give value to people who are more patient.
I mean, if yesterday wasn't an example for you, I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, 10 Hex as a payout per t-share. Come on. We had a nice series of days where we were getting 6s and 5s, and we even got a 9.5. I mean, come on. What more incentive do you need to stake? Seriously.
I mean, the average is going up.
It's insane, bro.
I mean, I was going to say as far as I'm calculating it, but I mean, it is. It's going, like, the average is going up. It went from 5.7 to 5.9 Hex per t-shirt.
Oh, we're going to get to it. So, any economy, because I got that chart of averages, right? So, shoot, I got you.
Perfect.
Any economy, you have the value creators, which are now us, and then the governments, which are supposed to facilitate civilization, which they seem to be doing a very piss poor job of lately. So we'll probably be taking that over at some point as well, because why not? We have nothing else to do. And what happens is when you make money, you get some of it taken so that civilization is catered to. But what ultimately happens is more money than is supposed to be taken is taken, and it's not allocated to where it needs to go. And what happens is that an economy is then reduced in half in terms of what's valuable in terms of what's being created. And all the value that's being created is then being depleted, which then continues its reflexive cycle, because then there's less value being created, which means less can be reinvested into the system, which again detracts value. But then this is still taking. So it becomes a negative all the way around, because you're reinvesting less, which in turn makes you less in the long term. And this is constantly just taking. So you ultimately end up getting less over time to a net negative result, because this is always going to be deteriorating, whereas this is always going to be constant. Hope that makes sense. So let's get ready, guys, because we done busted through the double digits. Yeah. So September 7th, we were at 9.19%. September 12th, 9.79. On the 14th, 9.69. Now get ready, because it's going to be a pretty...
I knew the 14th was special.
For the 21st, even more so, sir. 11.5% market dominance. How about them apples?
That's wild.
Very wild. Very wild. Because nobody expected this. I know I didn't. This is crazy. I never even thought of market cap talking about Hex ever, because I never gave a crap, rat's ass, because it doesn't matter. But it's cool to look at it now because everybody else cares. So let's just make them look stupid, right? Why not?
I tried to make predictions in the very beginning of Hex.
You did.
Based on Bitcoin's market cap, and I was wrong.
Yeah, happens. I mean, this is just crazy, right? 11.5% of the top 100 is just one coin.
Nice. Yeah.
Now, of course, Bitcoin and Ethereum is still bigger, but who cares? We're the better coin. So we'll worry about ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah. The newer thing that's better is always going to be smaller until it catches up.
Correct. Look at Amazon now, right? $1 trillion company. Wasn't a $1 trillion company 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So very important. So here we got the first 646 days chart. What we're doing is we're comparing Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, and the T-shares indices all in their first 646 days since inception. And what you're going to see is that Hex is at 2,555 on its index basis, and the T-shares are at 379,000 on its T-share basis. Now this is just crazy because Ethereum and Bitcoin are just down there somewhere. I mean, it's 200 to 7, 200 to 1.4. Okay. So I really want you guys to understand what this chart is showing you. This is a factor of 200 versus 7 and 200 versus 1. So they're essentially not comparable. They're not even double digits away. They're just...
Wow. Yeah, I didn't realize it was this spread out already.
Yeah. Enjoy the view. I mean, this is NFT status right here, man. Somebody needs to NFT this and sell it. You're welcome. I don't even care. You can have it.
It's very, very easy. I will teach you how to upload a JPEG to OpenSea.
There you go. I didn't know it was that easy.
It costs more to launch it than it does to make anything. It's like $200 to launch a JPEG.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Oh my god. All right. Anyway.
But it's the point is that this is history in the making.
100%.
That this chart is amazing and beautiful. So
100%, man. 100%. I mean, so look at this. This is the post big payday chart, right? This is a chart that's letting us know how Hex is doing versus all of Bitcoin's halvings, right? That's what that's about, right? How are we really better than Bitcoin? Well, look, we constantly do what Bitcoin cannot. Simple. You know, if people really understood cryptocurrencies, they would understand that Bitcoin is not one and that Hex is one.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, because Bitcoin is a promise coin. It
Correct.
takes a team of developers to make it not break. And it takes a team of supercomputer factories to keep it honest.
100%.
And Hex
a lot
requires
of power, a lot of electricity.
None of that, in the sense that we leech our security off of Ethereum, which is a more secure way to do it.
Correct.
And
because you're once removed. You understand?
But it's just like Amazon leeches delivery off of the U.S. Postal Service and FedEx and UPS. It's called a business relationship, and the thing that is more valuable doesn't have to be the thing that's the most spread out or the thing that's the most popular now, right? The more general tool isn't always the best.
Correct. I mean, it's important to understand that, right? I mean, because like when you just every time I think about the hex code, I think about it like sitting in a moat. That's how I think about it, because that's basically what's happened. Because you got the hex code and it's encapsulated in all this other stuff. So you got to get through all this other stuff before you can even get to the hex code. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, if everybody understood hex immediately, then there wouldn't have been so many times on this chart where you could have gone up and to the right.
Right. All the opportunity, right? All those dips.
Yeah. So I think it's designed as something that's complicated from the beginning. I think that our, Galaxy Brain community will continue to find ways to simplify hex, to explain it to people, or to just show how complicated it is. And some people buy because they don't understand, but they realize that we're not up here, yelling about mooning and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, we're not talking about that, right?
It's charts, it's analysis, it's community. Like, these are the things that makes the number go up more than just saying the number will go up. Right?
Correct. Very important to understand that, because the math is what provides us this confidence to be able to talk about other things that matter more than just a promise.
Yeah.
Because we're free to discuss things that matter more, because the promise is not necessary. We are dealing with a product that's designed to do something. And just like a car is designed to go forward backwards, this does what it's supposed to do. It's very simple. I mean, let's see how, right? Because that's what's important. And here we have T-shares versus Bitcoin in orange and T-shares versus Ethereum in pink. And we're almost at 3-1 as far as the value of a T-share. I mean, that's crazy. 279% rounding up. And we're at 16.6%, a little bit down, but we're still up there in the teens, which is crazy, because remember how much time we spent in the single digits, man? We were in the single digits for a long time, man.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're just freaking chilling in the teens, man. What the hell is next? Jeez.
Well, yeah, we were dreaming of the day when Bitcoin would be less than a T-share, but now it seems like we're rapidly approaching.
Yeah. I mean, it honestly feels like we're just going to jump and make it to that point. It's kind of crazy. Like, we're just going to wake up there one day. Because T-shares, man, those things move fast. They move real fast. Now, here we're looking at the Hex Octa flow chart, and what you have here is the price of Hex multiplied by 10,000 and the dollar cost of a T-share. Now, when you divide the dollar cost of a T-share at 8,261 by the dollar cost of 10,000 hex at 4,360. Now this is the data for the night before last on the 20th, or the night before tonight, because I couldn't get the data on time. And here we have the T-share rate. Oh, did I not update this? Yeah, that's not right. This should be like 1696 on here, not 1638. So I'm sorry about that. I'll fix that. Oh, I forgot to update the APY. Damn, it was like 68 something. It was crazy, 64% or something like that. Sorry guys, I'll fix that before, so it's not looking all crazy like that on the site. But we're gonna get to the goodies now. This is this forward T-share rate we talked about before. This is what you're paying at these prices. This is what the T-share rate is at these prices, even though when you're putting it in the system, that's the rate that you get, right? Even though right now it's actually 4 hex higher, but this is the rate that the system is giving, right? Relative to the rate that you're paying for. Like when you're buying hex right now, or at least 20 hours ago, that's what you were paying. Let me see something. Just want to see what the price is right now. $41.11. So we're actually a couple of cents below where we were yesterday. So let's see what the T-share is. $7,631. So if we take that 7,631, or was it 37? Like crazy. All right. 1.5. You take that rate, multiply by 10,000. Oops. Yeah, 10,000. Boom, you get 18,558 versus the 18,000. So this is a good time to buy hex and stake it, basically, because you're getting hex cheap relative to the actual T-share rate of 7,669 versus the actual T-share rate of 18,700, which is what it is currently right now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because you're getting a 200 hex discount, basically. And that's what you would not see. This on this chart, that would flip, right? Because this line would reverse down here to go below this 696 line. So then it would flip this line to be positive instead of negative. So it would jump up here like these, basically. So that's how this chart is supposed to work. This chart is supposed to show you that. But because the price was what it was yesterday and it is what it is now, you don't see it. But that's what it would show otherwise. But that's important to understand, because that's how you can make opportunistic stakes, right? This is next level of understanding what's going on in the system. And we don't talk about this often, but I'll make a stream on it because it's pretty important, right? Because T-shares are only getting harder to get. They're not getting easier to get. They're getting difficult to get. And that's why this number is important, right? And that number comes from knowing what's happening in the system at this point in time, right? And that's critical. So if you're paying 41 cents for hex and the T-share rate is 18,700 hex, well, that's real simple math, right? See, that's the whole point, right? So it drops a little bit further according to wherever they're pulling that data from. But at 41.15 cents, that's the cost of a T-share, right? But when you looked at the cost at the close, it wasn't that cheap. It was way more expensive. So that's how you know you're getting a better rate relative to the cost moments ago. All right, so you just bought the dip on the T-share and you didn't even have to think about it. but you just understood that there was an opportunity in that spread. And that's really all it is. It's just looking for that opportunity because every hex counts, right? When you're trying to get shares.
That's right.
Every hex counts. And that's all. That's all you're trying to do is maximize the number of your shares here. And that's what it's all about. That's why we're looking at these charts. But if you can take a look, though, you'll see that over time, this spread is actually increasing. So it seems like over time, Hex seems to pick the price at the close to always be greater than the price at the open.
Yeah.
Because right now, that spread is positive. But look at what it is over the long term. Over the long term is negative. And this is what this blue line is telling us because it's above the purple line.
Well, time has occurred. You're burning time just like burning anything else, right?
You understand, Saya?
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful how that happens, huh? Now, I wonder what would happen if I recorded it every day at like 10 o'clock instead of at 8 o'clock at the end of the system, right?
Well, I think the rate would depend, like the ratcheting up of the T-share rate in Hex.
Oh, no. That's going to take into account, yeah. But I think over time, because that's what I'm talking about, over time, that blue line, I think that blue line would be under the magenta line is what I'm saying. I wish there was a way to track that. I would definitely go back and do it if I could, but I don't think there is.
Remember when we talked about like the idea that we could, if we had the right data access, we could basically make a chart of basically like how many maximum T-shares could be bought at any time. And then that kind of gives you, it cuts out some of the variables in this whole variable system, right? Because there are a lot of variables. But you could almost say, based on when stakes are coming out now, based on the future market supply, you could reverse calculate what the minimum T-share rate would be, I think. Because people could end early, but they wouldn't get the maximum ROI necessarily. So,
yeah, but if they end early, they're not going to get maximum anything. That's for sure.
But then they won't mess up our prediction of T-share price over time because we know.
Actually, they're going to speed it up. Well, aren't they going to speed it up?
But we could calculate exactly how much.
So I think they speed it up because what happens is that they put the rest of that hex in stronger hands. Like they weaken their position and strengthen our position, basically.
I'm talking about like, let's say the God Whale who did not do this, but let's say that the God Whale did equal stakes for 5,000 days. Then you could see that those are the biggest stakes in the system, and you could see when they're expiring. Maybe there's some weird pattern or something, but then you could go in looking at the chart of future market supply. You could go in and you could calculate how much that would increase the share rate, because we know that that's knowable. So sure, somebody could come along maybe and have a longer stake, but in a lot of cases, just because you're bigger doesn't mean you're going to get enough bonus to really move the T-share rate that much anyway.
Right.
Like on top of the time. So that's kind of what Abed and Patrick were saying when I've heard them debate this over time, of like, how fast is the T-share rate moving up and how fast will it move up? Well, there's the Karim camp that says we need to be making our decisions today based on the force multipliers that will take effect. So in that case, the T-share rate is going up so fast, like you need to get it today, not tomorrow. Right. And then on the other hand, we've got, I think like Abed and Patrick are more in the camp of it's not going to move that much. And the amount that it's going to move is based on things that happened a long time ago in terms of time locks that come out every day. that's really what ratchets up the t-shirt rate way more than these large short stakes.
Yeah.
Or even the emergency end stakes, which are not getting the best ROI to my knowledge, but I think they do affect the share price as well somehow. So anyway, I guess what I'm saying is like we could have much more accurate models of how many hex it will cost to buy a t-shirt in the future based on past behavior of time locking.
Yeah, that's a good way to think of it. Anything's possible.
Because that would tell us the minimum future t-shirt price if everybody
acted the same.
Yeah. At least to a certain length.
Yeah.
And then the certainty kind of drops off a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean. Because it's just about replicating the same outcome under the same circumstances, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then people could also see, well, if I want to keep my t-shares, and I think I know how much t-shares are going to cost in 2 years, then what is the actual interest that I'm going to be dealing with to, hopefully not sell your principal?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough question, right? Because everybody wants to not ever touch their principal. But there might come a time where you might have to. Depends.
Well, if we do another 1,000x in the next year and a half, then the equation changes drastically, right?
Yeah, it might not have to.
And that's what I would say, like, just escape velocity is like, whoa, I just went from like not believing that I could live off my interest to like now you can't even spend all your interest.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It's a good problem to have if people get there at some point. But
yeah, I mean, this chart here is going to guide us there. That's for sure. And this is the value proposition chart. This chart is showing this orange line that is called the payout per t-shirt sum line. And that line is a representation of every hex that has been paid out to all stakers since inception. Awesome. So if you've been staked since day one, you've received 2,769 hex. 69 once again. 0.362. So almost 3.69. Almost there, guys. And this is just, what price is tracking. It's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to just gyrate around that line because this is what the point of hex is. Pretty simple. Yeah.
And so 2769 divided by, what are we, 646 today?
Yeah. No, we're more, 659. 659. Yeah. You want me to do that?
It's going to be a little bit. So like the average
we already have that number.
Since the beginning has been 4.2 hex per t-share. And yet now we've already accelerated in the past 2 months, let's say, up to 5.8 or 5.9.
Yep, 55-day moving average for the payout per t-share is 59.
Oh, cool! You got it right there.
Yeah, 5.95
very nice
hex per t-share, and the 28-day is 6.067. So yeah,
that's not price appreciation.
No, hex payout per t-share.
That's bonus appreciation.
Yeah, that's right.
And
both of those numbers are above the average, right? Like above what it's supposed to be, which is 5.75 or something like that. So, yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing whenever it's above 5.75.
Yeah.
In my opinion, 5.8 is really the baseline I like to use, but a lot of people like to use 5.75.
I use 5.8.
Okay. So there you go.
But now it might be 5.9 if we're getting into 6 territory.
We're getting there, man. Question is, will we stay there? That's a question.
So what's driving this? Are there less t-shirts and there's more end stake bonuses, right?
Well, there's a lot of end stake bonuses lately, that's for sure. This was that week, this little hump right here. This was that week where those payouts were crazy. They were above 6 for a long time, for like 9 solid days. So that's exactly what we're seeing right there. And then in accordance with that, there isn't a lot of T-shares left in the system. Maybe like 4 figures, 5 figures left. That's it. So, yeah, it's crunch time out there, man. These institutions really show up for real, and they start buying Hex in size. Oof, we're gonna have a rough time. Rough time.
But there will be times where people are tested before number only go up. I would say. Because
we'll
again, your ability to pump is based on the lower liquidity. So lower liquidity equals higher volatility. And so just as much as somebody could push the price up, they can push the price down temporarily until the other buyers get involved and until weak hands get shaken out, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. No, it's true. Usually how markets work. But that's why understanding what Hex does is important, right? When you sit back and you look at this chart, then you look at this chart, and you see this number is 250,145, right? That's basically the return in percentage terms. And that's just crazy. And then here we have the payout per T-share index, which is just letting us know that there is only upside volatility in this intrinsic value. And then the daily payout index also spiked, letting us know the same, that there's only upside volatility. And this downside volatility was just one day where the OA came and staked to protect the system. It was a smart move, and we're all better off for it. So that's that. Give me a second, guys. All right, here we got the Hex payout metrics post big payday. And as you guys can see, yesterday's payout was 10.035, and that equated out to 110.8 million Hex in the daily payout, and that's just with total T-shares of 11.049 million. So everybody got paid pretty handsomely yesterday. Congratulations, guys. We already went over this chart, so we'll keep it moving. Here we have the expiring shares. And now this chart is going to get interesting because it's going to look like it's never looked before. So prepare yourselves. 912, 914, and finally, now, look at that curvature. That's never looked like that. Never.
I was looking at the wrong side of the chart. Can you do that again?
All right, hold on. Look at the front side. All right, so that's the 7th, the 12th, the 14th, and tonight. That's the most recent data. Interesting, right? So we're nearing the end of the month, and now we're starting to get the curve where October is now near September. And that's what the data is showing us. That's why these lines are no longer separated like they were before. Now, this was October down here. Now, October is all the way up here, close to September. So the curve of the line has changed, and it's even smoother now than ever before. This is, what is this? November. This is December. That is January, February, March. Yeah, that's March. So things are moving. People are staking, and that's the important thing, because smoothness in the curve implies utility. People actually using the system. So that's why it's important to note that. All right, here we got the all-time Hex correlations between Ethereum and Bitcoin. Bitcoin and Ethereum are on the y-axis, so please take note of that. Hex is on the x-axis for both charts. Note that the correlation is 0 for both. 0. Hex is on the x-axis. And please note that the returns are, the dots are XY plot of the returns for both Hex and X, and Y in Ethereum and Bitcoin, right? Because they're both on the x-axis, or on the y-axis. So the next thing is to note that all the dots are primarily on the right side for Hex, and not so much on the right side for Ethereum and Bitcoin, right? If you look at Ethereum, it's pretty spread out, not tightly knit in the right side. And it's the same thing for Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is actually even more spread out. So when a money manager looks at this, right, an institutional investor, it's going to be a no-brainer to them where they're going to need to put their money, because the data is letting them know. They don't have to ask any questions. And here we got the rolling correlations of a dollar cost of a T-share versus X. And as you guys can see, the 55-day correlation is still 100 or 1%. So you can expect the price of X to continue doing what it's doing. And here we got the, yeah, it's a beautiful thing, man. Here we got the dollar terms chart, and what we have is the price of X in orange, the payout per T-share. Oh, that's not spelled right. The payout per T-share is supposed to be $3.11, and here we got the adjusted Hex at $4.81. So you know what? That's not right. I'm gonna have to fix that. It's probably like $3.40. But there you go. I mean, the adjusted value is $4.81. So you can just imagine what the T-share paid out yesterday with the 43 cents and 10 Hex per T-share, right? That's basically what it was. So that number is definitely wrong. So I'll fix that. But yeah, I mean, this chart is just doing what it's supposed to do, right? We're just still getting up there, man. We're just seeing the value being built, and the market is just accepting it, and we're just moving on higher. And here we go again. The Hex price to earnings ratio going down to 10%. And that's just going to cause the price to just, catapult at some point, because that's just value that the system's printing right there. Nothing you can do about that. And here's the 10%. I mean, that means you make your money back 10 times in 1 year. Right? Like, that's what that means.
Yes.
Right? Like, that's what people need to understand. 10 times in 1 year versus 1 time in 5 years and a half. Take your pick.
Everybody gets paid.
Period. That's all we know around here. Here's a T-share market cap. 91.2 billion, or 91.3 rounding up, as of last night. Let's see. The network effect chart, right? I mean, we're probably out of here by now. We're probably a little bit up above. I gotta update this, but you guys get the point. Hex holders versus the price of Hex, and we're at 352,964. And the price is just being held up by that holder count, it looks like now, right? I mean, it's just floating up there, and it's the same thing with the staker count at 60,726. It's just floating up there, right? So it's just looking real good. Network effect is taking hold, just like we all wanted to see one day, and here we are. So this is just a beautiful thing. And let's not forget how the staking APY is paid out. It's a function of the coin staked out of the total supply, not the circulating supply. So please keep that in mind. Hypothesize that the lowest rate of interest that we'll receive ever, assuming 100% maxed, is like 4.5 or so, maybe 4.25, or I'm sorry, 45, right? Because you had 17% of the supply sacrificed, so that's never coming back.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
right. So that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Well, I know we have somebody who's going to ask a final question here. Hello.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Doing well, brother. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I had two things I was thinking. I will ask one if that's all you want to do. The first, I think if I can ask one,
both.
it would. Oh, okay. The first one then is, I somehow knew Richard before this whole thing. I heard him talking about Hex before it launched, and I stopped paying attention until Pulse came around, which that's obviously screwed up. But I'm on board now. And now Pulse is launching, and I'm thinking about 5556 and feeling like I don't really want to do the money Like I'd feel more comfortable doing them on Pulse.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that? Is it worth, like I'm so close anyway to Pulse, is it worth just waiting to get my double, move whatever I have on ETH over to Pulse, and then just do the holding on Pulse?
I mean, if you're
And not
gonna
have to worry
stake it
what happens with
anyway, you might as well stake it now. That way you get 2 stakes.
I do get 2 stakes. I'm exposed to whatever politics and bullshit goes on with ETH though for 15 years, right?
So yeah, I mean, you know, ETH could continue to split right into different projects. So if you keep your ETH copy, then you would potentially be getting other copies as well. Yeah, I think like, you know, personally, I'm not going to trade, I don't think, between ETH and Pulse Hex.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not going to try to bet on that because there are too many whales that are going to be playing their whale games. And I think that Pulse is kind of a test to see who can hold on to their hex, whatever hex that is, you know, like on any chain. But, you know, each person is going to have their own reason for, you know, making the trades that they do. And so, but in my opinion, I think the reason why you would time lock your hex now might be to protect yourself from yourself. When one of these coins does 1000x, if it does again, right? Like it's going to be nice to have it spaced out a little bit. And so I would say for me, if I was only putting in $200 into Hex today, I might wait to stake because I'm going to get hit with so many fees. Now, but that's somebody who's going to stay engaged. If it's going to be somebody who's not staying engaged in the community, you know, then what I'm doing with onboards is we are spending $30 out of $100 to like start a stake or something, because again, you know, it's really a question of how strong do you want to have to be in the, you know, when really what could happen is you could make your longest stake first and then work your way back with every paycheck, do a year, you know, a year, 2 years or 5 years closer to now. And then you meet your own ladder in, you know, 15 paychecks or something. And then now, you know, maybe you're keeping a liquid bag. Maybe you're doing 3 steps before that. So you're doing a 15-year, a 10-year, a 5-year, and then keeping liquid would be your 4th step. And so that would be kind of a good way to start if you are able to pay the fees and you think that that's a good trade-off.
Can I throw a couple things in there?
Sure.
So I've been around Bitcoin for quite a while. I learned about it first time early 2013, and basically I was looking for it. Like I started learning about the dollar in 2011 and came to the conclusion that it wasn't going to last all that much longer. It definitely wasn't going to last for my lifetime. So then what the hell are we going to use for money after the dollar? And so I was basically looking for Bitcoin when I found it. And so I can afford the fees. Like even basically now I've just done short stakes to get some interest, but not, because I don't really feel comfortable long staking on ETH. I'm not really impressed with what ETH is doing. I'm kind of nervous about the politics, and I feel like there's big changes going on. And so then basically I'm like thinking if it's worth it to just wait a month or 2 and then do my long stakes after Pulse launches and save myself the stress of worrying about the politics of ETH. For that 15 years, because now I'm gonna have money locked up for 15 years, and maybe it does do 1,000x or 10,000x, and it's getting huge. And then am I exposed to whatever happens on ETH? Am I exposed to some weird politic game, and they decide they don't like Hex, so they do some weird shit? And am I better just having all that money locked up on Pulse instead? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you kind of don't know some of the variables, but some of them you do. I mean, you know, do you think that Hex and Pulse, what do you think the initial opening trade is going to be between?
So I probably should have asked my other question first. The other question is, if the OA wants, can't they peg EHEX and HEX or PHEX 1-to-1? No problem. The OA has way more liquidity than anybody. So if they open up, if they open up a bridge, a liquidity channel between them, and they peg it at 1-to-1, and they just say, "Motherfucker, I'll sell you one here for one here, however much you want to." No one has the liquidity to overwhelm them. No one. So if they want to peg it at 1-to-1, they can. I think.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what the advantages and disadvantages would be of that. I guess you would run out of one before the other, right?
I don't think the OA can run out. The OA
but it could sell a lot of HEX really cheap accidentally.
Yeah.
Maybe if it provides too much. Yeah, I guess it's how much liquidity, all at once versus being added slowly or something. Those are good points.
So if the OA, I think, if the OA wants to peg it at 1-to-1 and they're willing to sell one EHEX for one PHEX or vice versa, and then at whatever volume happens, then there just literally mathematically isn't enough volume out there to overwhelm the OA. So as long as the OA is willing to carry the cost of a bunch of people wanting to sell their PHEX to get on ETH or a bunch of people wanting to get off ETH, if the OA is willing to carry the cost of a bunch of plebs wanting to get off ETH, then
like HEX, it was designed to time lock because traders always lose. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there are perfect traps laid everywhere in Pulse to teach people that. And so,
okay.
so you're already thinking more like a trader of that, one's going to do better than the other, or even if they're going to do the same, you're talking about moving value off Ethereum. We don't know, all I'm saying is that's what we know is that Richard wanted to stop people from trading. He wanted to incentivize long-term. And so I think maybe it's whichever one loses is going to be the winner, right? The short-term loser is going to be the winner. I don't know, but I'm not willing to go against the purpose of HEX to try to get some sort of minimal gain, which is going to be outshadowed just by whatever the system, is best for the community, is best for the system, is best for everything. But it is best for the system. Okay. And this is why I named the title this. It is best for the system to get everybody who's thinking at least a little bit like a trader to get some of their HEX away from them. HEX is designed to appreciate in value, and people who don't want to wait a little bit of time for a lot more money are going to be paying people and accelerating other people's gains, basically, because it's a game of waiting, right? It's proof of wait.
So what kind of trade would the traders be wanting to do? The traders think that PHEX is going to be less valuable than EHEX. So right when it launches, they would dump their free HEX. They would dump it. That's a trader mindset, you think?
Sure. People have talked about that.
Yeah. And actually, when I first bought HEX a couple months ago, I was thinking I would sell my EHEX after. I would just get my free PHEX copy and sell my EHEX after. Now I'm not going to do that. I've learned enough in a couple months. But Pulse caught my attention, and I was like, okay, well, I want a free e-copy, and I thought it might happen faster than it has, and so I just was like, I'm gonna get a bag of HEX and get my free copy. But it seems to me that the best thing for the system, the best thing for everything would be if HEX equals HEX, if it's 1-to-1. And then looking at the math, looking at how much HEX the OA has, and the OA sacrificed, so the OA will have that much on both sides. So it seems to me that they just could peg it 1-to-1 if they want. And it seems to me that that makes sense for the system to peg it 1-for-1. Maybe what you're saying is it'd be good to let the traders do their bullshit for a week and then bring the peg to 1-to-1. But basically, I just if I'm going to hold HEX, especially if I'm going to stake it for 15 years, I feel like I'd be way more comfortable staking it for 15 years on Pulse than I would be staking it for 15 years on ETH.
But
Even
if you
stake
stake
it,
now, you are staking on Pulse, and you're
right.
just
So
holding
basically, I'm
on to
staking
the
half
ETH
and half.
version.
Right. Basically, I'm staking
But
half
you're
and
not
half.
staking, but because you're already thinking of it like it's going to be pegged
1-to-1
at some point. And making that assumption.
Fair enough. Yeah,
is,
that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, so it's another point I would add is that we don't know all of the fuckery that will be dreamed up that will be so impressive. Like, I'm predicting everybody going total degen on altcoins on Pulse. Hexicans are gonna like learn not to do that anymore by being burned,
selling their brand new Pulse to get the
because
free or the
because people
altcoins.
are going to be chasing USDC on Pulse. People are going to be chasing anything. I mean, all the leverage stuff is going to open up for all the other coins. Yeah. You know, these pyramid games. I mean, it's very profitable to have people degenning, and so I'm sure a lot of like money will be spent advertising casino games on Pulse. Like it's gonna become very unfamiliar very quickly. I think the Pulse, everything on it, right? All the bells and whistles, or all the distractions, all the traps and tests.
Dude, USDC, to have a copy of USDC on Pulse that's bridgeable back, that like shakes up the whole thing.
Yeah, and people will be trading it for 10 cents and like gambling as to whether you know it's backed or what it means, and the price will swing around and people get excited. They think, oh, it's 10 cents. I think it's going to 30. I can triple my hex. And so they're going to sell their hex for PUSDC. And then something's going to go wrong because you're really just walking into a bunch of whale games where the people who are the most patient and who can move the market by themselves, they're going to shake everybody else out. And you're not going to get shaked out if you're already staked now. If you're staking now, then anything they invent for the next 15 years, you're going to be able to prepare for them.
Yeah.
So the other personal thing to throw in there is, I wonder if you know T.O. the Arcane Bear. Have you heard that name? Seen his channel? No? Okay. This is an early Bitcoin guy. He lives in Costa Rica. He's probably 35, 40. And his like main message is buy and hold, buy and hold, buy and hold, buy and hold. Take a small downside with a huge upside. And almost everybody, the fuck up in crypto is to sell too early.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest fuck up everybody makes, is to sell too early. Sell on a 10x thinking you're a genius, and it goes another 100x from there.
Yes.
And so I've really embraced that. And I'm not 100% hex. I was maybe at some point I was 100% Bitcoin, but rarely have I been 100% Bitcoin. But since then I've switched to, I have a job, and I went back to getting a job, and I don't necessarily need a job, but getting a job to make dollars to buy assets every week, every month, buy assets,
awesome.
and hold them, and just let them ride. And if they ride to zero, fuck it, because it was a small loss, and especially compared to the 1,000x's that keep happening, and that I think will just keep happening because the dollar's going to zero. So I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about getting washed out of my hex or something like that. Basically, it's just like, where do I want to stay? And it seems, especially in the last year, like just weird shit on ETH that makes me nervous. It makes me like, I don't feel like holding value here.
I think you're asking where, but a different way to ask it would be, when do you want to stake? Do you want to stake now? When?
Yeah, fair enough. And
when you're not going to give yourself the chance to speculate, because you don't know if you're going to speculate until you do, or until you stake.
And in my head, you just showed me that I wasn't really realizing. In my head, I've just been assuming that it would be pegged 1-to-1. Like, it seems to me like it's easy enough and it is beneficial, so I just assumed it would be. So then if it's not pegged 1-to-1, when do I move my E-hex over, or do I? And then it becomes a speculation game of trying to play that right.
Yeah. I mean, I really like the idea of having all the strategies in one. So I do a staking ladder, and even with liquid, you can move stuff around quarterly or something if that works for you. But everybody's situation is different with these fees, and that's what Pulse is going to solve. So at the end of the day, we're going to win, hopefully, based on having a secure network, teaching everybody else how it's done. And yeah, who knows what's going to happen, other than Hex is probably going to keep paying out really good interest everywhere it exists. So,
dude, I can't believe that I didn't learn, that I didn't do the research earlier. Like, I've looked into so many projects, and somehow I heard enough people yelling scam that I just thought Richard went off the deep end and didn't even do my research.
Yeah, happens
at the very beginning, and I'm a mathy guy, so I feel like if I would have done my research, I would have been on the train a lot longer by now. But
yeah, it's all good, brother. Better late than never, man. That's for sure.
And I don't think I'm late either.
No. I just mean better late than never.
For sure. But
yeah,
like it's crazy. It's crazy the times we live in. It's crazy that we're young people and the fucking there's one currency that's been the world reserve currency for whatever 80 years, and I'm pretty sure we're witnessing it dying. We're witnessing the end of it, and we're helping bring the other side.
Making history, bro.
Well, it's been great having you on, and
thank you. Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Hope to see you again, and I mean, I'm pretty tired, but what can I say?
I can't believe you guys are still on.
This community is amazing and always gives me energy. So I appreciate all of you. Hit the like and subscribe button, and follow WhalesOnly in all the links in the description below. And anything else, guys?
No, that's it, man. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. Love you guys. Peace.
We will see you next week. Stake wisely, my friends. Peace out.